Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Cubs pounded the A's 10-2. Jamison Taillon got the victory. He struck out 7 and allowed 4 hits over 6 innings. Seiya Suzuki homered twice and knocked in 5 runs, helping Chicago complete a 3-game sweep. They're 5-4 on the season. They have 5 consecutive multi-homered games. The Cubs finally head home to host San Diego on Friday. Shota Imanaga, the scheduled starter. The Twins scored a 6-1 win over the White Sox. Pablo Lopez struck out 7. White Sox starter Sean Burke tagged for 6 earned runs, over 4 1/3. The Sox are off today and head to Detroit for a game on Friday. Jonathan Cannon scheduled to start. The Bulls are back home at United Center Friday night. Chicago has clinched at least 10th place in the Eastern Conference. That means they'll get a play-in game. NHL last night in the shootout, the Avalanche beat the Blackhawks 3-2 at United Center. Save big when you bundle auto and home, renters, or condo with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Have you heard? Kohl's has 2 exclusive new home brands, Miriana and Mingle & Co. From luxe favorites that are all about turning your space into a sanctuary to fun mix and match dining essentials, there's so much to discover. And trust me, you're gonna love everything. Plus, you can get an extra 20% off throughout the store during our Friends and Family sale. So hurry to Kohl's today and bring it all home for less. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer ends April 6th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. The place to go for sipping rosés with seltzers on ice, making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More.
This is Will Walker with your Fox Valley forecast. A flood advisory is in effect for the listening area from this afternoon through tonight and from late Friday into Saturday. Currently, it is 36 with clear skies. Today, scattered rain showers are expected after 1 p.m. with partly sunny conditions and a high near 50. Tonight, showers and thunderstorms are likely with a low around 42. With your Fox Valley forecast, I'm Will Walker on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
I know we're at an at-will state, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what, you're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
Handle on the Law. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. Moose Lodge 799 opens at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and 11 a.m. on weekends. For more information about becoming a member, call 847-741-0799. Moose Lodge 799, where you're more than a member, you're family.
Welcome to WRMN, your trusted voice in the Fox River Valley for over 75 years. We bring you fact-based news, good faith discussions, and entertainment that brings people together. From national headlines to local stories, WRMN is your home for thoughtful dialogue and community engagement. No matter the time of day, where you're listening from, or who you are always welcome here. Thanks for making us a part of your day. This is the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Live from the Talk of the Town, this is the WRMN Morning Show with Marky B and Susie C. One mic, one mission, zero filters. From local buzz to wild headlines, Marky's got the takes, Susie's got the comebacks, and you never know what's coming next. Buckle up, Fox River Valley. It's your morning, your show.
Good morning, Fox River Valley, and it is a wild Friday. If you haven't heard, we've got a big show. Right now, I've got Mike Reed sitting to my left.
Hey.
And I got the big guy. I got Dino here sitting to my right. And we got Sonar up this morning, but he was able to wake himself up. We didn't have
Only
to do
run
it
the
for
board.
him.
Or Sonar.
No, we're not going to. Nobody leaves Sonar in the corner.
Yeah, nobody.
Good morning, everybody. It's Friday. We are going to have a great day. Mike Reed, who we got coming on today?
So we got a whole bunch of people coming on today. We've got the Elgin Visitors Bureau, which is Explore Elgin area. They're coming in to talk about, or they're calling in, I should say, to talk about the coffee trail and some other events they have coming up. Christine Klein will be joining us from Century 21 New Heritage to talk about the real estate market. And last but not least, come on, Sue, I know you want to do the introduction.
Let it go, Sue. Let it go.
Oh my gosh, I have been. Go ahead, do
Tom
it.
freaking Skilling.
I have been trying to control my inner fangirl, and I did pretty good till last night when everybody at the bar is like, "Hey, we heard Tom's coming on tomorrow." Hey, I'm like, "Oh, are you gonna sleep?" Well, no, now I'm not. I was trying to stay calm, but yeah. So we've got a lot going on today. Right now, it is 35 degrees. There is zero rain, but you know what? It is gonna rain today. We have a chance.
We're hoping that it hangs out and it just goes in the afternoon. Okay, let's have a good day, and then the rain comes when everybody's about dinner time.
We've got a high of 49 and a low of 35 tonight. Hey, they changed a little bit of the forecast for the weekend. Tomorrow's going to be a high of 48, low of 30. And Sunday, a high of 49 with a low of 37. And no more rain in the forecast for the weekend. Thank you, Mr. Skilling.
Nice and dry. The creator of weather.
There we go.
To the weather minds.
The weather.
Lots of great things happening today. The first thing we want to get into is, of course, your good mornings. As soon as we jump off on the live stream, we are flooded with good mornings, and we always appreciate that. There's a few different ways you can interact with us today. Of course, there's always the YouTube streaming as soon as we start the broadcast day at 6, going all the way to 6 p.m. That is youtube.com/@WRMN Radio. The other ways that you can get a hold of us is on the top and bottom of the hour segments. You can call in. Those are our call-in times to just kind of catch up with you and let you say hello to everybody else with your voice. What's the number for that, Susie? Oh, I think I've got it. You don't have it memorized yet?
I don't, because you know what's funny? I panic. I'll go, and then I panic I'm going to give the wrong number. So the number to call in at top and bottom of the hour is 847-931-1410. And if you want to send us a voice message, text on the chat line, it's 505-926-1410. So get us all of your information, questions, anything you want to talk about, send it in.
We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, especially on the chat line, because then we can answer. Like, I can be here I got boys club today.
Yeah, well, and I didn't know that I was supposed to wear a tie. If you look really close at your radio, you can see that Dino has a tie on.
If you squint
That's what I do.
and tilt your head to the right, only looking out of your left eye, Mike looks great.
That's okay. But you got a button-down collar.
I do.
Exactly.
No, I just have buttons on my collar. Nowhere else, just on my collar.
At least you wore pants today. Last time was a little sketchy.
Oh man, now we're gonna get the rumors going on.
There's a rumor going.
But it is pretty early. Okay, you got to cut a guy some slack.
We talked about the one day we were laughing. Those Skechers slip-in shoes.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
I saw a commercial for Skechers slip-in pants.
That's what I'm talking about.
Don't we slip into all of our pants?
No, because you got to button them and zip them and all this kind of stuff.
But you still slip into them.
Aren't those sweatpants?
I don't know. It's a weird. The commercial caught my eye, and I was like, "Wait,
the wool does kind of snag on your socks or what have you.
Yeah.
Or if you got the dry feet like I do, that's definitely snag on the feet. But if they got these slip-in pants,
to podiatry talk.
Hey, you know what? We talked about this the other day. You know what really dry heels are good for?
What's that?
Mosquito bites in the summer when you're sleeping. You can be like, this is the best scratcher ever.
This is what we're doing now.
Exactly.
We're doing foot talk on the threes.
Listen, we are not only helpful, but we will give you life hacks. You're just going to walk away from the show and go, wow. Good thing I know that.
Staying true to her name, Old Faithful comes in as the first one in the chat today. Good morning, First Shifters.
Good morning, Wendy.
The boss man comes in as well. Good morning, First Shifters. Have a great day. And there are tons of prayers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different prayers coming in. So
is that from Roger the Boss Man?
That is. Keith
good morning,
K comes
Roger.
in as well, says, have a great Friday and weekend, First Shifters. And I believe that's your friend Eddie there, Sue.
Yeah, is that Fast Eddie?
I think so.
I think so. Good morning, Fast Eddie. He says, good morning, Matt, L-Train, Susie C., happy Friday, First Shifters. However, L-Train is more than likely sleeping, and I am joined by Mike Reed and Dino himself.
Yeah. It's okay. We're just not going to tell him and he got hello. we're just going to steal his hello, right, Dino?
Uh-huh.
You think he could keep up, L-Train? You're a lot younger than us.
Yeah, with a nickname like Train. Come on, aren't they supposed to be on time?
Sure. You would think. Becky Butcher comes in as well, says, good morning, First Shifters. Have a beautiful day and safe and happy weekend with plenty of sunshine from me to you, Becky Blue.
Morning, Becky Blue.
She sends all the sunshines. My goodness, it's a good 20 of them there.
We need it.
We do.
We need it.
That's 26 if you're counting.
26.
Those of you playing the home game. 26 sunshines from Becky Blue.
I love me some Becky Blue Eyes.
Sure.
Come to find out, she called in one day, and we used to go to church together.
Oh, that's amazing.
I had no idea.
There it is.
Like actually go to church or get the little missile and bring it home and say, oh, yeah, I went to church.
Oh, no, I used to
You
go.
actually went.
I didn't miss for 13 years. I missed 2 days in 13 years.
Maybe you should get a sticker just like you have for the I voted. I went to church.
Yeah.
That
I was
would
in
work.
Studio 14.
Studio 14,
Yeah,
that's right.
I went to church
I want a
190 days.
participation badge for being on the air. What is
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we've got them floating around here somewhere. We'll get you one. Linda Carter comes in as well. Good morning, First Shifters.
Linda Carter.
Welcome
Linda Carter,
back
Linda Carter,
to
Linda Carter.
Friday morning. Have a blessed day and weekend. Keep faith. We got a prayer and a smiley face on that one.
She made it in at 12:02 this morning, Miss Linda.
If not for faith, the lights would not be on here today. So God bless you, Linda, for all the prayers. Keep them coming, hon. We appreciate it.
John says, good morning, First Shifters. It's International Carrot Day. What do you call a tomato that you repotted and now identifies as a carrot? That's called a transplant.
What's up, Doc?
So I always tell my son that he has to eat his carrots, and I said, because they're good for your eyesight. And he goes, well, Dad, obviously you didn't eat carrots enough. And I said, that's true. I said, but I know it works because I've never seen a rabbit wearing glasses.
That's a good way to do it.
Very good.
You know me, I'm always good for the under 10 humor.
You're the half glass full guy.
Yeah, I definitely not. I'm the half glass something guy.
Yeah.
Before we go to break here, we got one more on the text or chat line, and then we'll go over to the text line when we come back with Susie Q of the day. Hector Soto comes in and says, good morning, Mark, Susie C, Sonar, Mike, Dino, and all the First Shifters. from Hector, Nene Rose, Jeremiah, and Uncle Boom Boom in the house.
In the house.
Woo, we got.
Hey, I got to ask you, Sue.
Yeah.
I typically write a nice little, hey, God morning, everybody.
You do, and we read it. I love it.
So since I'm here, do I have to still write it or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have to.
It's good for the algorithm.
For the sake of engagement.
Unless you can't do it at the same time while you're on the air.
Okay, well, it's going to be hard.
You don't want to.
I'm chewing gum, too, you guys can't see.
And 2 seconds before we go to the break, I'm going to beat him to it. I'm going to beat him to it. Trucker Dennis, welcome to your last day of work.
Oh, that's great.
Man.
Congratulations. Hopefully you leave halfway through the day. What are they going to do? Fire you? Yeah, and he said that he's going to start sitting in the community room for the show.
How about he comes on here? Let's put him in.
We can put him
in the studio.
Maybe
We'd
he can
love to have him
karaoke because he's a singer.
Man.
He's an old school country singer at the.
What a club to belong to. Last Days Club?
Yeah, last day.
How about it, Mayor?
So I beat you to it, Trucker
Some
Dennis.
days you wish, huh?
I hope you're up and you heard me, but.
And you know what? He blew the horn for us the other day.
He did. He did. Even in traffic.
I've never heard that on the morning show before. Just saying. Step it up, Marky B.
Uh-huh.
We're going to take a quick break, but don't forget you can still reach out to us on the text line 505-926-1410 or give us a call at the bottom of the hour and answer the Susie Q of the day. We'll learn more about that after this. Show, do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast right here on WRMN, 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Noory with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Good morning. Welcome to the WRMN Morning Show here. Hold on, it's my first day on the job. They let me come back from the break, and I'm already stuttering through it. Going up to a high of about 52 degrees today here in the Fox River Valley. I'm sitting alongside Susie C., Dino, and Sonar. And we're all getting ready for the big question of the day. What do you got, Sue?
So I kind of went with a simple one because of, you'll know, it'll tie in. So my cue of the day, the Susie cue of the day is, what is your favorite season and why?
Mm-hmm.
So in case y'all don't know, we got Tom Skilling coming in later. So I thought we'd do a weather question.
I like garlic salt.
Garlic salt?
Yeah, you were seasoning,
okay.
right?
I kind of like everything bagel.
No, or oregano or something like this.
Yeah, no, I don't like oregano. Not a fan. Too strong.
So how would they how would anybody want to answer that question? How could they do that, Sue?
Well, so your favorite season, I am kind of torn between spring and fall. Typically fall, sweater weather,
so
pumpkin spice stuff.
It's like April 25th, where it's kind of warm, but kind of cool, and you only really need a light jacket.
Yeah, because we're going into first fall.
Right, absolutely.
Like any day now, first fall. You know, we're in third spring and we're in fourth winter. So, so I like fall, but I do like spring because of everything is blooming and start to open windows. What about you?
So I like all of the seasons in their own way, to be honest. I don't really like the heat of summer, though, because I'm a fat guy and I sweat. I'm not really a big fan of that. Not really.
Fat guy. What does that make me?
So
thanks.
And so
I'm really on a boat on my own.
I don't really like sweating, but I like the positives of everything. So I know that you can go camping in the summer. You can go on a boat in the summer. You can't do that in the winter. But then I can go snowmobiling in the winter. You can't do that in the summer. But there's something about fall and the bonfires and being able to be outside. Sweater weather. Discuss amongst yourself.
See, so you are at glass half full because you just went through every season with your glass half full.
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I like all the seasons.
I don't want to. I'm not discriminatory against any of the seasons.
Look, you've already been elected, sir.
Oh, that's true.
It's true. With 100% approval rating.
But we want to hear from you this morning. What is your answer? What is your favorite season? And we want you to call into the studio, 847-931-1410, or text us at 505-926-1410. We want to know your answer. What is your favorite season?
You can hit us up on the tube of views, the YouTube, at WRMN Radio, and leave your answers there. Dino, what about you?
Well, that's why I live in Chicago. I like all the seasons.
You get them all in one day.
Any given day, you can get every single one of them. So
a few weeks ago, that wasn't a joke. We were 80 degrees. Then we had all kinds of rain and tornado, and then we got 3 inches of snow.
Yeah. Maybe we'll be able to get the answer just to why that craziness happened.
Yeah, because we got a guest.
Yeah.
We got a guest at 8 o'clock.
I think he can have the answers to that. At least an idea of why it happened anyhow.
So
I don't know. I think that, I can adapt to really anything. I like the hot weather. Hot weather does me real well for some reason.
Okay.
But a lot of the ailments, I guess. But I don't know. I could take anything. The heat, you can't take enough clothes off. At least in the wintertime, you could always add more
That's why
layers.
Dino's on the radio and not on TV.
When it gets hot, he doesn't wear pants either.
That's why I cover the camera on my phone or on my laptop when I call in. But I think you could always dress for the cold weather, but it's kind of hard. When it's hot, it's hot.
Yeah. I don't like the humidity.
What do you got, Dino?
Or Sonar?
Springtime is...
I'm looking right.
That's okay.
Told you, first day on the job.
It's still early. Coffee's brewing.
It's hard to tell the difference when you can't see your face on the radio.
That's very true. Springtime for me. I like to see everything kind of wake up. I love the energy of springtime because it's almost like everybody's been bottled up, a bunch of pressure and everything else. And as soon as the first day above 65 comes, pop, everybody just explodes out of their house to look at all of the greenery and
working on yards.
I love it.
You know what's funny about that is if you think about it, even when you talk about that first pop of 65 degrees, think about when it's below zero and everybody's freezing, and then it makes it up to 40 degrees and everybody's walking around with no sleeves on, But then think about when it's been 80 degrees and it drops down into the 50s, everybody's all bundled up, freezing. It's funny. Like we went down to Florida this winter and it was like a high of 65 or something like this in the sun. It got up into the 70s. We're walking around in shorts and stuff, and you could tell the people that live there because they were all bundled up going, man, it's cold.
That happened in California. It was like 65 and everybody's walking around with hoodies. And I've got on like flip-flops. But you could tell the locals are looking at you like, she don't live here.
No, absolutely. You don't live in this area.
Are you going to bury the lead there, Sue, or are you just going to wait till Skilling to tell him your favorite one?
Well, I said spring and fall. But I really like the fall.
Wait. What is your favorite?
That is,
spring and fall?
Yeah, I did both.
She's very non-committal, but she was backing me up that I was non-committal.
Are you grooming her for running?
Ask most of the guys I dated. Very non-committal.
What office will you be running for, Sue? Hampshire's got openings, huh?
Chairman of the board.
There you go.
Dan Cluth comes in and says, "Good morning, all. Love the show. Listening in Oceanside Thursday for Bloomingdale. The girlfriend flies in Tuesday. Fishing season is the best. It's always fishing season. Hey, Dean, you always send in a good morning. Why don't you go ahead and read it today since you're here?
It's okay. Well, but why not? It's just a simple one. I figured I got to still do it. But, mine starts out with a God morning. And you know what? And that comes from the For-Profit movie. Ever since I heard that, I've been using that in my life because you know what? I think we all have to recognize the reason we wake up. So without going into the real hefty religion part of it, and it's not even religion, for me it's just faith and a way of life. But I do. I thank him every morning, and I wish everybody else a God morning. Fox River Valley, First Shifters, Susie C., Mayor Reed, Sonar, and me, of course, because I'm here.
You are here.
I am here, sort of. Yeah, I'm here.
Talking about
the big guy, of course, according to the mayor, because he's the real skinny guy. And then he looked at Dennis a little bit. So evidently, he was definitely using me as the comparison. But the lineup is amazing with all morning especially.
And this is the last time I'll be welcome into the studio.
No, you're welcome every day.
Radio 1 and Radio 101. Don't make fun of the owner on the air.
It's okay. Tom friggin' Skilling at the 8 o'clock hour, everybody. We can't wait till he comes in. But that was my message, Dennis. Where's yours? I don't never
Where's
see you
my
do a
message? Oh, I'm usually asleep by now.
Yeah?
No, or as
Not lately.
Now. Not lately. But,
lately.
My message about the same kind of thing. If I had to give out a great good morning to everybody, it's one of those things, like you said, Dean, of thanking and being grateful. And if you can start the day with being grateful for just being up and being in a bed.
How about it?
And warm, and then go, okay, now let's ruin all of that and get out of bed.
Yeah. Well, my new favorite saying, I apologize to whoever called it in or said it because I was so excited for the saying I forgot who it was. But it said we should always be humbly grateful, not grumbly hateful.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
I love that.
Yeah.
Let's not be grumbly hateful.
There's 24 hours in a day. And a lot of people, they always go, oh, geez, did I ever have a bad morning? Oh, did I have a bad day? I said, well, what made your bad day? Well, the car wouldn't start. I wouldn't be able to do this. I wouldn't be able to do that. And I said, well, that's a couple hours. Why are you going to ruin the whole day for just a few hours of bad or a few minutes of bad? So
agreed.
I think you have to slough it off and go back to having that good day.
It's Absolutely. The WRMN Morning Show. We'll take your calls after this.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzi. A Neuqua Valley High School teacher, William Schaub, has been arrested following allegations of having sexual contact with a student. Schaub, 56, was apprehended near his home in LaGrange on charges including 2 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse and 1 count of grooming, as stated by the Naperville Police. Schaub is currently being held at the Will County Jail. On April 11th from 6 to 9 p.m., the Elgin Public Museum hosts Oddity Evening, an event organized by Oddball Art Labs. Visitors can explore their new art gallery exhibit, which will be on display throughout the summer. Sabi the Clown will entertain alongside a selection of art vendors. Admission is $3 for members and $5 for non-members. Kane County has announced some transportation safety upgrades with railroad crossing upgrades specifically. Funded by the Illinois Commerce Commission's Grade Crossing Protection Fund, the projects aim to protect both motorists and pedestrians. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. A flood advisory is in effect from this afternoon through tonight and continues into Saturday for the listening area. Currently, it is 35 degrees and partly cloudy. Today, scattered rain showers are expected after 1 p.m. with partly sunny skies and a high near 50. Tonight, showers and thunderstorms are likely with a low around 42. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Back to the show that keeps your mornings moving. It's Marky B, Susie C, and the WRMN Morning Show. Good morning, everybody. WRMN 1410. Hey, we're here live in studio number 14. I'm sitting here just co-hosting with Susie C because Marky B is gone for the day. We have Mayor Mike Reed, and we also have Dennis, Sonar Green, board operator and background voice. He doesn't want to be on the camera today.
Oh, yeah. Look, we are a teaching station, and if you guys don't get your reps in, then how are you ever going to learn?
So can we call you producer Sonar today?
Yeah, I could be producer Sonar. I'll take that.
I'm sure he's been called worse.
Oh, absolutely.
We need to get
by my own mother.
I was gonna say.
We need to get one of those like loudspeaker things that you can change your voice into, so it sounds like you're coming from the back.
That's true.
Like from behind the glass.
Oh, yeah. Even then, when we do get the operation control room squared away there, too, the person that's on the other side of the glass will sound just like they're in studio with you.
Oh, that's depressing. I always like to yell from the other side. I always like when they sound like they're behind the glass.
Like the little speaker piece
they're
like that.
Yeah.
I can tap on it a few times if you want to.
Yeah, like they're taking your order at McDonald's.
The clearest one that I remember was Jack in a Box. Even though everybody makes fun of it. You remember Jack in a Box?
I remember Jack in a Box.
They're coming back. Intercom system.
They're coming back to Illinois.
Oh, are they
There was
really?
this news story not too long ago. Their tacos are awesome, especially in the middle of the night.
Every time I went to Cali to visit my daughter, one of the first places I would go to Del Taco. If you ever go out west, Del
Arizona
Taco.
has them, Taco Bells too.
I love Del Taco. It is the best.
Now, what's that burger place? In-N-Out?
Baby. In-N-Out.
I never really saw the vibe there.
It's overrated. I had it. My cousins, we got to go over here. We got to go over there. Okay, so we did this In-N-Out thing. I wasn't too impressed.
Chicken dip is better. Chicken dip in Hampshire is much better.
Well, that's right on the corner, kitty corner.
Get a
from
double
your place.
tomato burger.
I haven't been there since they opened.
Well, we're getting the first shifters. We're trying to put something.
Yeah, we're going to put something together, a meet and greet. We'll get the dip sent over to the Newmans, and we'll make it a parking lot.
The Newmans, talking about the Newmans.
The Newmans. I'm feeling important today.
Go ahead and read your question before we get to our first caller.
All righty. So today, the Susie Q of the day, we're going with a theme, is what is your favorite season and why? So I said I like fall, but then I kind of like spring, so it's a toss-up. Sonar likes spring. Dino likes it all, except the sweaty part of summer.
Right.
And Mike Reed, he too liked everything, Mr. Glass Half Full.
No, I'm glad you guys answered that question.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're here for you.
That's right.
We're trying to make your job easier, Sonar.
You're just trying to make it look like you're the only one that gave a clear answer.
I'm trying to make it look that way because it is that way.
Yeah, you did. You were the only one that did a solid spring.
We'll see if we could get a clear answer from this caller right here. 847-931-1410. 847-931-1410 is the place to go if you would like to get on the air. Hello, caller. What is your answer to Susie's Q of the day?
Good morning. It's Pat.
Hey, Pat.
My answer is definitely the fall.
The fall.
Growing up in Southern Illinois, fall was about 4.5 months. It would go all the way past Thanksgiving to where it was absolutely Indian summer days. And nothing better than I say in Indian summer days when the leaves are still falling down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's about 65 degrees out, crisp. Sunshine, maybe 55 degrees, crisp sunshine, but just a great part of the day. Great part of the year to me. I love it. When I grew up down there, we never really had to have heavy coats because it never got really cold in the winter. So sometimes, that would actually go beyond that. We'd go camping Thanksgiving weekend outside, and it was beautiful.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's kind of my favorite part of the year. Yeah, if you've ever been to Southern Illinois in the fall, that's a good place to go.
As you talk about that, like even as you go up further north, right, to northern Wisconsin, or up into northern Michigan where, it's 10 o'clock at night and people are still skiing on the lake because, in the middle of summer, those are some kind of cool memories too. Rather than like being in winter time where it's dark at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
But I think our weather, at least in the Chicago area, has changed so much.
Oh, it has.
Now, I remember growing up as a kid to what he's saying, fall, best times. Jumping in the leaves and, the big piles because they would come by and suck them up through the town I lived in. But until they did, you'd make these big old piles of leaves and you're able to jump and play in them. Yeah, fall was kind of a good time.
Hey, Dino, do you happen to know anybody that we could ask if the climate has changed in Chicago at all?
I hear rumors there's going to be someone coming on at or about 8 o'clock. You have any ideas, Susie? This is your show.
I know, and yes, I do have an idea.
Who would that be?
We've got Tom Skillen. He's going to be Is he zooming in or just calling?
He is zooming in.
He's zooming in, so we'll be able to see his face too.
Those of you watching on YouTube, but if you're not, you'll want to have the YouTube on at the 8 o'clock hour.
Pat, do you have any more thoughts for the day?
Yeah, I do. So some of you older listeners, you might remember there was a Jack in the Box in Elgin back in the 70s.
What?
All through the 60s and 70s. Yeah, I'm kidding not. 1975, I can remember one New Year's Eve, we were out with friends of ours, and I wasn't married yet, and my wife was with me, though, and we were going by the Jack in the Box, and she had never seen a Jack in the Box before, and we went through at midnight the Jack in the Box, and she thought that was so cool to have that silly Jack in the Box thing. But no, there was one in Elgin, and so it's kind of good memories to me. It was at the corner of Kimball and Dundee Avenue, and there's a park there now, but that's the old listeners. I don't know how many old listeners remember the Jack in the Box. But,
well, thank you for the memories, Pat. We really appreciate it. Have a fantastic morning.
Thanks, Pork Chop.
Yeah.
Pork Chop.
Yeah. Take care, Pat.
Pork Chop.
Yeah, Pork Chop here.
Oh, my goodness. Have him all over that for a while. Where did you come up with Pork Chop?
So we were talking about
you were calling Dave
Reams.
something.
David Teese was the meat delivery guy.
Oh, David Teese is. Wait, who brought me pork chops? It was Pat. Or was it David T's? Now I got all excited. It was
you have
David
all these
T's.
guys bringing you random packages of meat.
Random meat.
Yeah, that's bad. Get a Rolodex. Will you put the names in it?
I've had 3 hours sleep.
At least he took it with some grace and didn't like slam the phone up on you.
Not pork chop.
Yeah, I know you got another caller, but the one I remember to Jack in a Box was on Manheim Road in Bellwood.
What are you doing on Manheim Road?
Well, I was. No, it wasn't me. I swear.
Allegedly.
Because we went from 26 in Wallace to Westchester, and then I wanted to go to this town, Northlake, to be a fireman and policeman. But
so
that was
he's saying
the
26 in California is really what he's saying.
That's what we're talking
that
about.
was only for 3 months.
The charges didn't stick.
No, not at all.
We've got another caller over here. Some municipal razzing.
Uh-oh.
We have Guys and Betty.
Oh, no. You keep your finger on that duck button.
Good morning, Guy.
Good morning.
Top of the morning.
And the rest of the day for yourself.
That was
what
good.
We're going for. We're starting off strong.
Well, we have you on the show. Of course we're starting off strong.
Absolutely. You know, I've been hearing you guys talking about the weather. I'm like, we have to get off the weather a little bit.
Oh, see? All right. Well, where are you going to bring us?
Well, I heard Sue talk about Newman, and I thought there's something coming up over there, and I'm like waiting for our claim of fame over there. I think there's going to be some bartending adventure.
There sure is. So next Saturday, the 12th, every year I celebrate my birthday. I do a big tip donation extravaganza. I named it that because I could. It's my birthday. And I give away all the tips that we make, and I have guest bartenders. And once again, we're having a rematch of Mary Kay Welson and Mike Reed against Mike Zambetti and Tim. Oh, but we're not sure about Tim.
Hold on. There's no Mike Zambetti.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mike Reed.
Don't you confuse me with
him.
Just
merged together.
Yeah, you're together.
Pat
you guys are
and
one.
Dave with the pork chops.
Okay, hi,
and
start
now
over.
Mike and Guy.
Take 2.
We'll take it all out when we go live.
You're going take 2. Okay, so every year for my birthday, so we're going to have guest bartenders all night, and all the tips get donated, and we have to have a rematch of Mary Kay Welson and Mike Reed and Guy Zambetti, and did you say Tim?
And maybe Tim.
Maybe Tim.
He might have other plans.
Bragging rights.
So Guy might have to find another co-host or co-bartender.
Co-bartender. Who made the most money last year? Which team was it?
Well, of course, it was the one that we were at his hometown. That's why.
Yeah, well, you know what? Maybe if you had stronger supporters, maybe it wouldn't be this way.
Or something to shake, Guy. Maybe if you shook a little bit more.
Strong supporters.
You know what? Maybe go topless this time.
Ooh, I think that's a pretty decent idea.
Yeah.
You want to keep them in the bar.
We'll make them pay to leave.
Oh, there you go. Lots of doors.
I got an angle.
This sounds like a felony. I'm not interested in.
No, we do it every year, and we raise a lot of money, and I donate it all, and I've got guest bartenders, and they're super fun, and it starts at 6 o'clock next Saturday night. I have Leaving Scarlet Band playing. I will get you all the details of who's guest bartending at what times. Rumor is Matt McNeil is going to come out and bartend with me for a shift, which are about 45 minutes.
Job.
The more money we bring in, the more gets donated to our friend Megan, who needs a new service dog. So she needs a new seizure dog, and we're going to help get her one. They're very, very expensive. So whatever I make, she gets.
Guy, we've got more than just the weather on today. We are going to be talking real estate. We are going to be talking about clumsy criminals on Crime Time. And, of course, then we'll go back to the weather for Tim.
Well, you know what? It'll probably change by then.
That's true.
Yeah.
Before we forget, congratulations on your hard-fought victory, Mr. President.
Same goes to you.
You guys both have a 100% approval rating, don't you?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, you know what? We're going to merge together, and we'll just kind of like mix them all up, and they don't know who they're voting for anymore.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I've had 3 hours sleep. Stay tuned. Lord only knows what I'm going to say next. So
all ideas are good. Thank you, Guy, for jumping on. Have a great weekend.
Bye, Guy.
See you, sir.
Bye.
Take care, Guy.
We've got lots of different ways for you to interact, not just on the phone line, 847-931-1410, 847-931-1410. You can also send us a text. Dean, I'll test you. What is the text line?
Oh, I always know the text line. 505-926-1410. 505-926-1410.
Northwest West has already checked in. Fernando, Dave, Linda, Guy, Dean, Hector, Linda, John, all kinds of different people have already jumped in. You should jump in too. When we come back, Mike Reed, who are we going to have on?
So we have Mary from the Explore Elgin area Convention Visitors Bureau, and they're going to talk about some events and some coffee trail, I believe. And it's by the sounds of the show this morning, it sounds like we need more of it.
The WRMN Morning Show will come back after this.
Position. Pre-game to greater things.
Start building your retirement plan at thisispretirement.org. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
It's a beautiful day in the Fox River Valley, and we are back on the WRMN Morning Show here on 1410 AM. Good morning.
Good
morning, Fox River Valley.
We've got Dino, we've got Sonar, we've got the fabulous Susie C. calling the shots over here.
Fabulous.
Oh, we got a real life shot caller in there.
She is. She's like, all right, you talk now and you stop talking.
You talk now. No soup for you.
Ready, go.
We are so excited to welcome our next guest here. We've got Mary from the Explore Elgin area. She is the Marketing and Community Outreach Manager. And good morning, Mary.
Good morning. I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of the morning show today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So how can we talk about, or where would you like to start? We're really interested in the coffee trail, but I'm sure you've got some points you want to hit too. So you just tell us what you would like to talk about this morning.
Well, sure. The Explore Elgin area team, we're the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and we represent 11 communities here in your listening area. And so one of our goals is to bring visitors to the area and to visit all of the different businesses in all of our communities. And one way for us to do that is to create a coffee trail. And we do have other food trails coming, but the coffee trail we just started in December, and it will go on all year. And the goal of that is to bring visitors to the different coffee shops to sign up for the coffee trail. A visitor or a resident just registers for the coffee trail from our website, visits 8 of the different establishments on our list, and when you're there, you check in and get a stamp electronically through our website, and it tracks, and you can earn different things. We are giving a $20 gift card away each quarter for those who have the most. It's a drawing. You get entered into a drawing for every time you finish 8 of the stamps. If you get 8 of these locations, you can come into our office. We have a coffee trail mug we'd love to give you. And these businesses are all over the area. In Hampshire, we have Hampshire Social is part of that program, and Maple and Hash in Pingree Grove. So we have several different restaurants all throughout the area that have signed up to be partners with us on the coffee trail.
Now, what's really neat about this program is there's so much emphasis on, the wine trails or the bourbon trails and that kind of stuff. And that's a really great program. But there's a lot of people out there that just don't partake in libations like that. So to have a program like this where you can take part in the coffee trail and exploring the different communities is really kind of special.
And how fun for moms while the kids are at school.
Right.
You can't start out drinking bourbon at 8 a.m.
Well,
but
you can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning. So that is true. but
I don't want to put you on the spot. I know 11. Can you tell us what 11 communities are involved in this? Because this is an amazing idea.
Sure. Well, we've, of course, it's Hampshire and Elgin, South Elgin, Bartlett, Carpentersville, East Dundee, West Dundee, Sleepy Hollow, Gilbert's, and Pingree Grove. These are all of the areas that we have coverage, that we are the Certified Travel and Visitors Bureau. So the restaurants are located in these 11 communities. Yeah. In Elgin, we have Alexander's Cafe and Blue Box Cafe, which have signed on as partners to be part of this program.
That's just up the road from here, Blue Box Cafe.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And Alexander's, that's on 31, isn't it?
I think so.
It is right off the highway.
Yeah.
We also have Viator Coffee, which is downtown, and Sugar and Rhyme Coffee House, which is also downtown. So the downtown Elgin is certainly covered. In East Dundee, there's the East Side Cafe. They serve both coffee and wine there. That's a great location if you want to go there and earn points in a way. We have Maple and Hash in Pingree Grove, but we also have Maple and Hash in West Dundee. There's also a coffee place called Delicious Coffee Bar in Bartlett that is part of our program. And Copper Barrel on State just joined our program. They're in Hampshire. Let's see. In Elgin, again, we have a shop called Steep and Clay, which is a tea shop. And there you can go in and buy teas. But if you
also down the road from here.
Yeah, if you would like to be part of that program, they will brew you a cup of tea so that you could try something that maybe you'll want to purchase later. But that is how they're participating. And another Elgin location is our Stop and Dip. That is a new shop, and they offer all kinds of crepes and desserts as well as some specialty coffees and unusual coffee flavors.
So how does somebody get involved? Like I just had Mary Kay Welson, the village president of Burlington, said they'd like to get the Burlington Bean on the list. So how does a
it looks like it is on the list.
Oh, it is?
It is on the list. That's what I was just going to say. Oh. We were so excited to add them. They had just opened, and we added them to our coffee trail. And you can go there. So here's how it works, though. You go to the coffee shop of your choice, and you just can sign. You can download our website, which is exploreelginarea.com/coffee trail. And that's where you can go to register for the coffee trail. So when you're there, you can do that quick sign up for the passport. And so the passport is an electronic trail that lets you check in to the different shops that you go in. So it's not an app, you don't download anything, but you just visit our site and you go to the coffee trail, go to the passport and check in that way. It knows geographically it's tagged into where you check in, and you don't really need to purchase the coffee in order to participate. But of course, we're really trying to encourage people to enjoy the coffee at these different shops. And Burlington is one of those shops, the Burlington Bean Coffee Shop. If you haven't tried it yet, please do. I know I have plans to meet some friends there in the next week just to see what that shop is like myself.
It is an awesome place. This is such a great program. We've got a few minutes left here before we have to hit a break. I guess the question that I have for you, would you be willing to stick with us through the news, and then we can come back and talk some more warm weather events as we keep highlighting the weather today and trying to plan for the summer?
Absolutely. I'll be here.
All right. That's great. Well,
this sounds like just a great event. You're able to explore what's in the different communities, where you're not just stuck in a one community. You could do the whole Fox River Valley, it sounds like.
And mom and pop shops.
And pop shops.
And that is so crucial.
Hell out of them.
And where you said that they have to redeem this card that they get. Where would they have to do that at? Did I hear that right?
Yes. If you've got 8 check-ins, you can come to the Visitors Center in downtown Elgin, 60 South Grove Avenue. That's the Explore Elgin Visitor Center. And we have the mugs there, and we're happy to have those as the reward for going to 8 of these different restaurants.
Oh, that'd be great.
That's awesome. Well, stick with us till after the news, and let's get back and talk to you more about what's going to happen this summer.
Great.
It sounds fun. More the WRMN morning show coming up. Don't forget the Susie Q of the day still floating out there. Sue, what's that?
What is your favorite season and why? We're sticking with a weather theme today.
Go ahead and text that in or find us on Facebook. That's also posted there. The YouTube chat is live and a moving. YouTube.com/@WRMN radio. I'm Sonar. That's Dean. That's Mike over there. And of course, Susie C. Hey, when we come back, we've got more Explore Elgin area with Mary. Welcome to the Explore Elgin area. We'll be right back.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 7 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzi. The Naperville Police Department joining forces with the Illinois Department of Transportation and over 200 local law enforcement agencies to combat distracted driving throughout April. The initiative, aligned with Distracted Drivers Awareness Month, emphasizes the danger of using phones while driving, which is both hazardous and illegal unless in hands-free mode. The EPA has begun a $500,000 operation to remove radium-contaminated soil from the former site of Silbert Watch Company in Elgin. The watch company, known for using radium-based paint, operated from 1954 to 1971, leaving regarding hazardous residues. The cleanup is expected to be concluded by early summer. Elgin Township will host its annual town meeting on Tuesday, April 8th at 7 p.m. located at the Elgin Township Building, 729 South McLean Boulevard. The agenda includes the supervisor's annual report, the treasurer's annual report, and reports from elected officials, as well as discussions on surplus property. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Bulls are back home at United Center Friday night. Chicago has clinched at least 10th place in the Eastern Conference. That means they'll get a play-in game. NHL last night in the shootout, the Avalanche beat the Blackhawks 3-2 at United Center. The Cubs pounded the A's 10-2. Jamison Taillon got the victory. He struck out 7 and allowed 4 hits over 6 innings. Seiya Suzuki homered twice and knocked in 5 runs, helping Chicago complete a 3-game sweep. They're 5-4 on the season. They have 5 consecutive multi-homer games. The Cubs finally head home to host San Diego on Friday. Shota Imanaga, the scheduled starter. The Twins scored a 6-1 win over the White Sox. Pablo Lopez struck out 7. White Sox starter Sean Burke tagged for 6 earned runs over 4 1/3. The Sox are off today and head to Detroit for a game on Friday. Jonathan Cannon scheduled to start. Save big when you bundle auto and home, renters, or condo with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
This is the sale you've been waiting for. The Macy Spring VIP sale is here. Exclusive savings on the season's most loved brands with an extra 30% off Avec Les Filles, Karl Lagerfeld, DKNY, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty essentials from MAC, Armani Beauty, and too many others to mention. So get to the Macy Spring VIP sale now and shop brands you love at prices you'll love even more. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. A flood advisory is in effect from this afternoon through tonight and continues into Saturday for the listening area. Currently, it is 35 degrees and partly cloudy. Today, scattered rain showers are expected after 1 p.m. with partly sunny skies and a high near 50. Tonight, showers and thunderstorms are likely with a low around 42. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Kids today live in a world full of social pressure, bullying, and substance abuse.
LEAD has a solution. LEAD connects law enforcement agencies with schools to deliver tested, proven, and effective anti-drugs and violence training to kids. Learn more about LEAD, Law Enforcement Against Drugs and Violence, and our work to create safer, healthier communities at leadrugs.org or on social media at We Are LEAD. Sponsored by LEAD, Inc.
Still loud, still live, and still wondering how this is our job. It's the WRMN Morning Show on WRMN 1410 AM.
Good morning, Fox River Valley. Good morning, Elgin and beyond. This is Susie C., one half of the morning show with Marky B. He's still on vacation, and I'm joined with Dino. And I'm joined with Mike Reed, and we got Sonar out of bed again this morning. It's a beautiful day. We got some sunshine. Right now it's 36 degrees. Unfortunately, we are going to get up to 49, and we have chance of showers with a low of 36 tonight. But we're having a heck of a morning. Mike Reed, who do we got on the phone?
So we've got Mary Dulabaum on the phone from Explore Elgin area. She is the Market and Community Outreach Manager for the Explore Elgin area, and she is talking to us, or did talk to us, about the coffee trail. So if you are recording on a cassette tape at home, just back that up, and then you can listen to that. But we're going to kind of switch gears, and we're going to talk a little bit about some of the events coming up this summer, or even in the springtime months. Welcome back, Mary.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm so excited to talk about all of the things going on in our area. We really are gearing up for summer and springtime events, and especially this month. There's so much going on. I'm happy to share that.
Okay, so why don't we start with this month, since, that's close.
We're springish. We're in the springish.
So why don't we start for what's going on now and what we can look forward to in the future?
Sure. So for this month, if you want to see our events, you can always go to our website. We list 1,800 events every year.
Wow.
And coming up this weekend, just if you're looking for something to do this weekend, something to go out and have some fun with friends and family, First Fridays with Green Room Productions is showing at the Hemmons on Friday. They do this wonderful improv show the first Friday of every month. And if you haven't been there, it's a lot of fun. Rookies Rock House has a Are You Ready for It? A Taylor Experience program. It's a concert, a cover band concert on April 5th. And the Elgin Symphony Orchestra is performing this weekend on Saturday and on Sunday. And they are doing a show with featuring Tchaikovsky and this violinist named Samuel Vargas. So those are some great music experiences. Our website lists all of the live music events in the area. And so every week we post on our social media to see, here's our featured music events for the weekend and for the beginning of the week. So you can always check out what's going on in our local, we have so many restaurants and bars that feature bands that you could check that out.
So
the other thing,
I don't mean to interrupt you, but we have a lot of people that listen to the show that own local businesses. Mm-hmm. How do they connect with you and get their events on your website if a local business was interested?
There's a quick sign-up form right where you go to the exploreelginarea.com/events, and that is on our landing page for events, so people can submit events. They can give us a call, send us an email. We're always happy to add these to our list of events.
Because it is very, very in-depth. I see events on here from Elgin. I see events on here from Gilbert's. I see events on here from all the different communities in the area. And so this is really, that's one thing I've really enjoyed about your website is a person can go on here and plan a couple of weeks out and just say, hey, find the events in this time frame. And they know exactly where to go in this region. And that's why I thought that you would be such a great guest to talk about all the different communities that we serve.
Yeah. Not only diversity in the communities, but also the different events that are happening as well. Restaurants to drink establishments to coffee shops. There's a vast amount.
So as we talk about the events happening right now, what are the things that we should be looking forward to?
Sure. The things to look forward to are many of the public parks pools are going to be opening at the end of May. The Santa's Village, if you want to have a full day experience, Santa's Village has a water park and an amusement park tied together, and that is opening in the middle of May. In April, we have all kinds of events for Earth Day. You can go to our website. We have a blog post, and it breaks it down by community about things that you can do, from community cleanup efforts to just sort of educational sessions that you can go to. The other thing on our website is we have two important things. First of all, we have a list of places you can go for an Easter egg hunt. If you're looking for something to do with your family, especially around that, there's things in Hampshire. There's that annual Easter egg hunt happening, the bunny visit, but there's also things in other communities, and we list them all, so you can pick and choose where you want to go. And now's a good time to make that reservation for an Easter breakfast or brunch. And we have a blog post that lists every place that you can go, from Grumpy Goat in Elgin to the Sunrise Social in Carpentersville to East Dundee and West Dundee. So those restaurants, they let us know what their brunches are. We put it out there, and people can pick where they'd like to spend those special days. So all of those are blog posts, so it's easy for you to find that information on our website, or you could just go to the events and scroll down. I think the other thing I wanted to point out, one unusual thing that's happening pretty soon here is in May 8th, the Whiskey and Cigar Social, which is hosted by the Distance Social in Dundee. That is happening, and I think that's an unusual event. It might be something to mark in your calendar.
Oh man, that's exciting. Those are my two vices that I don't admit a whole lot. I really do like
we did a live
cigars.
broadcast from that last year.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, the Distance Social. Yes, we did.
This is the second annual one as well.
Yeah, it was really nice program they put on.
Oh, that's great.
Maybe we should do it again.
If we do a live broadcast like that, my guess is that my speech would be a little slurred toward the end of the broadcast. Mary, I really appreciate you joining us, and I would love to have you back, and I would love to have you guys come into the studio and talk about some things on a regular basis. So is that something that you guys would be interested in?
We'd love to do that. Let us know when. We'll be there.
Well, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for getting up early with us to share some news. And we're just so thrilled. And I feel like I need to stop at a coffee shop.
I think so. Hey, listen, give that website out again for everybody listening.
I was just going to say the same thing. We need your website again.
Sure, it's exploreelginarea.com. And if you're looking for summertime markets, they're opening up here in May, and we have a list of those too.
Wow, what a great site. And gosh, thank you for all that. What great information. You could plan your entire year easily. Or even get up in the morning and go, what do you want to do today? I don't know. Click on it and find something.
I want to explore the Elgin area is what I want to do.
And surrounding suburbs. This is a cool, oh my goodness. I'm very excited about this.
All right. Well, have a great Friday, and thank you so much for joining us. There's a lot more to come here on the WRMN Morning Show.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Bye, Mary.
If you want to find the office for the Explore Elgin area side, I know, Dean, you took some of those notes that were there as well.
Yeah, that's 60 South Grove. 60 South Grove is the main office over.
Right here.
And if you do 8 of the coffee check-ins, you can then go to that office and get a mug.
Oh, that'll be really cool.
A complimentary mug for going to 8 and checking in. You don't have to purchase anything, but she said you just have to check in at 8.
Little Redemption Center.
Okay, Sue, it was going to be on the test. What areas does the Elgin area
here, I'm going to block this area. No peeking.
East Dundee, Hampshire, Burlington, Pingree, Carpentersville, Sleepy Hollow, Elgin, of course.
South Elgin, West Dundee, Gilbert's.
Gilbert's.
Yeah, but how did you forget Gilbert's?
I apologize.
Oh, I don't
apologize to him. Do not apologize to him.
Listen, my brain's a little foggy. Foggy today. I'm a little foggy.
We'll be back with more the WRMN Morning Show.
We're going to scold her.
After this.
Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with the Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
What's the best way to get rid of a timeshare that you don't want? Call the Timeshare Exit Hotline. We're a group of attorneys that help customers legally exit their timeshares. It's an easy process. We guarantee results or you pay nothing. Exit your timeshare today. Call now.
800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. That's 800-890-5957.
Are you looking to buy, sell, or trade something? Maybe clean out that attic or basement, or just make a little extra cash? Then don't miss Tradio on Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Weekdays at 12:30 p.m. Call in to let folks in the Fox River Valley know what you're looking for or what you've got to get rid of. It's easy, it's free, and it's a great way to connect with your community. Call in at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. If it's got to go, then let us know. Only on Tradio, here on WRMN AM 1410.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Good morning, everybody. You're listening to WRMN 1410 AM, and we're all here right on Douglas Avenue, Studio 14. Today we have in studio myself. I'm just assisting Susie C. This is her show with Marky B. And we also have Mayor Mike Reed.
Hey.
We got a great guest going to be coming on, and she'll be here in just a few short moments. I think she's calling in. It's Christine Klein, but I think I'm going to let Susie C. make the introductions and welcome her to her show.
Good morning, Christine Klein. She is a real estate agent at Century 21 New Heritage. She has her pulse on the market today, what's going on. And she also owns the Vintage Hammer in Hampshire, and you've heard us talk about that. If you're looking for something unique, fun, great gifts, DIY
That's right by
projects.
the Bassett Rescue.
Yep, that's the place. Yep. You were right out in front.
We broadcasted right in front of her place.
And it's a great place. But right now we're going to talk to Christine about what's going on in the real estate market. So, Mike Reed?
Well, good morning, Christine. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Mike. I'm fabulous. How are you?
Oh, you're always fabulous.
You are fabulous.
Well, I really appreciate you taking a few minutes to talk with us today. And so, there's a lot of market unsurety, and it's getting warm out as we're talking about with the spring. And there's so many questions about when's the right time to list, when's the right time to sell. Is it a good idea to buy a brand new home, build, see to wait if something comes up on the market? So, there's just all the different questions that people have all the time. So we thought we'd bring you on to kind of break it down in terms that people can understand.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you trusting me.
Well, he didn't say that.
So I like to start, when I have this conversation almost every single day, I start with how we got here, because the market is a little wonky, and it's nothing that we've ever experienced before. And because I'm a why girl, I always want to know why. Why are we here? Well, if we flip back to about 2020, that wonderful year of 2020, the perfect storm happened. So we had the illustrious COVID make its appearance, which in terms of real estate, new construction pretty much came to a screeching halt. And new construction in our area and across the country is a big portion of home sales. Well, when COVID hit, builders pretty much shut down. Yes, the big builders were still building, but not as robust as they had been. Also, interest rates plummeted. So interest rates were in the 2s, which was unheard of. And then this other little thing happened called the millennials. And what most people don't understand is that there are more millennials than there were baby boomers. And all these millennials came of home buying age. So with the interest rate so low and the millennials ready to buy, it created a demand problem. So that's how we got to where we are now. So it created this demand problem, which means we had a housing shortage. And at the peak of the shortage, it was estimated that across the country, we were 5 million units short of demand. And that's everything from rental apartment units up to luxury homes.
Wow.
So now that we're in 2025, fast forward, the estimate is that we are making progress, but we are still 3.8 million units short. So a lot of times I have people ask me, okay, well, when is the bubble going to burst? When is it going to be 2008 all over again? We are in a completely different market than we were in 2008. So we have a demand problem. In 2008, we had a supply problem. So in 2025, we have a demand problem. So it's estimated that in the Midwest region, it will take 4.1 more years to close our gap.
Wow.
So prices are not going to go down. We're not going to burst a bubble. We are going to continue on our current pace for quite some time.
Well, as we talk about the bubble bursting, as we talk about that 4.1 year gap, what does that mean to the average home buyer in that solution, in this situation? What does that mean for somebody that's trying to buy their first home, or someone that's trying to move out of their first home and buy their second home?
So buying is, I don't want to say tough, but buying is a little bit, it's not like it used to be. Buying is a little bit difficult. I, of course, am going to suggest you hook yourself up with a really good realtor, because they have the quickest access to things that pop on the market. And you got to be quick. You got to react. There's been a lot of hesitation to buy because interest rates are sitting right around 7. I started in real estate in 1994. Interest rates were 8. Like, that was the normal. That was what we did. So our market has kind of corrected from the interest rate standpoint. So this is where it's going to sit for a while. Will it go down a little bit? Probably by the end of the year. Will it go back up a little bit? Probably. But it's going to sit right around 7 for a while. So don't let that scare you. Just plan accordingly.
That's some pretty solid advice, because I hear that all the time. And then you also hear people of other generations go, oh, well, that's the 7% is nothing. We were paying 14% interest and stuff when we bought our first home. But then you always hear the conversation, but, the homes were significantly less in price. They were, so as an example, I think my parents' first home or something of that nature, one of the homes they bought was around, $50,000 and they had a higher interest rate, and so they always put it into those terms, but it's kind of hard to wrap your head around the I don't want to say inflation, but the cost of everything has gone up. I mean, everything was less back then, so $50,000 back then was equivalent to, 250,000 this time.
So let me ask you a question. So back in the day, especially back then, I always did adjustable rate mortgages that you could lock in when you got to a certain point, not a balloon, an adjustable rate. Are those still a thing? Are you better off going with a fixed rate, or are there better rates for a adjustable rate? I'm not sure. I haven't bought a house in many years, so I'm just curious what's going on with that.
You can still get an adjustable rate. They're not as popular as they had been in the past. But yes, you can still get one, and it is a little bit lower, but you just have to make sure that you understand what that adjustment can do and what it will do to your payment should it adjust up like the maximum that it could go.
Gotcha.
And Mike, back to your point, your parents bought the house for $50,000. However, they weren't coming right out of college and getting a six-figure income job either.
No, that's true. I didn't ever have that situation, but I'll try. I wish I could have that. So how can people get in touch with you if they're interested in maybe buying a home, selling a home, learning more about these conditions?
You can visit our company website. We are a family-owned business, so you can visit our website at newheritage.com. Or you can certainly call my cell phone. I'm always happy to answer questions that people have, or if you run into problems or you're just not sure of something, I'm always happy to help people and answer questions. So they can call my direct cell phone, and I can give you that number. It is 847-489-2370.
That's great, and I can personally attest to how awesome she is. We actually worked with Christine personally to buy the home that we have now and sell our previous home right in that goofy time of the pandemic. And so, I mean, which was great for us because you really can't do anything. You couldn't go anywhere. You couldn't go out to eat or anything. So there was really no excuse but to pack. And so if you ever want to test a marriage, buy a house and then go into lockdown. That was a really good time. So we've got about a minute or so left before we have to hit a break. Would you be willing to stick with us to talk after the break about people are looking to buy and sell homes? Is now the right time to list? When's the right time to buy? And, everybody's always concerned about what are the upgrades or changes that they need to make to their current home to make them more marketable.
I absolutely can hold on to that.
All right. That's awesome. So we have about a minute left here or so, right,
Absolutely.
guys? So go ahead.
Thanks for listening to WRMN 1410. Sue, we've still got that Susie Q of the day sitting out there. Go ahead and give it that.
And that Susie Q of the day, in keeping with a weather theme, is what is your favorite season and why?
Do you think that we could ask Miss Klein if she would be interested in answering your Susie Q?
Absolutely.
We've got Commander Smith coming in real quick to check in on the chat line. Happy Friday, First Shifters award-winning fish fry at the American Legion Post 57 today. Voted best fish fry in Elgin community votes in 2024. Lunchtime starts at 11:30. Dinner at 4. He says, have a great day, and sends us 5 prayers on that prayer request line. We've got Christine Klein right here coming in to talk more about the housing market and some of the strategies that go along with that. We've got Susie C. We've got Mike Reed, Dean DeLaley, and me, Dennis Sonar Green, coming back with you after this.
Get a few.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Al Walters reporting the Elgin News from April 4th, 1925. Forest Conservation Project to be advocated from pulpits. From the pulpits of practically every church in Kane County, Sunday, April 5th, the gospel of forest preservation will be preached. The Kane County Federation of Women's Clubs is sponsoring the movement for a forest preserve system in Kane County and has arranged for short pulpit talks upon the subject prior to the regular township elections. Prominent citizens throughout Kane County are being secured to speak in churches of every denomination. Kane County's fast-dwindling forest must be saved is the stand prominent women in the county have taken in sponsoring and backing the election upon a forest preserve system. Not only will Kane County's natural beauty spots be saved, but Chicago people will come to this district, increasing its industrial and business status. And Kane County children will be furnished with an everlasting, clean, back to Mother Nature playground. Forest preserves also provide splendid camping grounds for tourists and vacationists. Tentative plans are to establish preserves in northern, central, and southern sections of the county respectively. In other news, John Iverson, an Aurora mail carrier for the last 35 years, figures that he has walked 147,000 miles, or 3,000 miles less than 6 trips around the world. He is set to retire next year.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. A flood advisory is in effect from this afternoon through tonight in the listening area. Currently, it is 35 with clear skies. Today, scattered rain showers are expected after 1 p.m. with partly sunny conditions and a high near 50. Tonight, scattered rain showers before 7 p.m., then showers and thunderstorms with a low around 42. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
And we're back. It's the WRMN Morning Show with Marky B and Susie C, where the coffee is strong and the opinions are stronger.
Good morning and welcome back to WRMN AM 1410. We have had an action-packed morning. I'm hosting with my co-host, Dane DeLilly, Mike Reed, and we got Sonar out of bed again this morning to
Mostly
run
to drive the board. That's it.
Yeah, well, he's a good driver. And right now on the phone, we've been speaking with Christine Klein of Century 21 Heritage?
New Heritage.
And she also owns the Vintage Hammer. So welcome back, Christine.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. So the cue of the day. Could you answer my cue of the day? What is your favorite season and why?
Oh, I'm a summer girl all the way.
You are. Very nice.
I actually love humidity, and I love
temperatures in the 90s.
Who hurt you in your childhood?
Who dropped you on your head as a kid?
Who hurt
Sorry.
you?
I have never in my entire 61 years heard anybody say, I love the humidity.
Oh, I love the humidity. Oh, this dry heat is awful. I like to sweat. Bring it up. I want to go outside, and I want to make sure that I feel like I'm swimming without going in the pool.
And I can't breathe. Oh, my gosh. So we'll get back to talking real estate. I know, Mike Reed, you had a couple of questions.
Yeah, so when you are looking to sell your home, right, when's the perfect time or the best time to list your home, and what are the, I'd say, top 5 things that you should consider doing to make your home more marketable?
So I answer this question much different than I would have before 2020. But because supply is so low, we are in a very, very strong seller's market. So I would tell you any time is a good time to list your home. And top 5 things to do may not necessarily be the things that I told you to do before. So because supply is so low, when buyers go out to look at houses, I should say they go out to look at a house because it's the only one that's typically available. So your house doesn't have to be as picture perfect as we would have liked to see it before. So yes, should your house be spotless and clean and presentable? Absolutely yes. But doing those somewhat expensive or a little bit harder upgrades is not always necessary in this market.
So that being said, what are the, when you say the most expensive things are out, painting the room, patching the walls, updating bathrooms, like what is it? Just if you had to pick, I don't know, if you 3 or 5 things that everybody should look at that are kind of like quote unquote common sense in the real current market.
So I would walk through your house, pretend you don't live there, and walk through your house as you're a guest in your own house. So I would then fix the things that catch your eye. Maybe there's damage. Maybe you have a lot of holes in the wall. Maybe you started to paint but didn't finish. Maybe you have a stain on the carpet. Fix the blatant, obvious things, but don't necessarily put in all new kitchen cabinets.
Fair enough. Mm-hmm. Now, can we switch gears just a little bit?
Sure.
All right. So you are the Grand Exalted Allied Supreme Commander of the of the Vintage Hammer in beautiful downtown Hampshire. So everybody loves your store. Mm-hmm. I like your store, but not as much as my wife likes your store. And so I think that I think you should tell us a little bit about the Vintage Hammer and anything you've got coming up.
Okay, just don't tell my husband that you said I'm the Grand Poobah of the store.
Sorry, Boom.
Sorry, Boom.
We'll edit this out before it hits the air, okay?
So the Vintage Hammer is a 4,000 square foot amazing home decor and gift store located in the original bowling alley in downtown Hampshire. We have everything from amazing gifts to beautiful faux floral. We repurpose and upcycle old furniture into beautiful pieces that are extremely affordable for people that are moving into our area. We host classes. We do events. We have a liquor license, so we do cocktail classes. We sell unique alcohol. So we're just a very well-rounded store that is, we hope to be a convenience for people in our area so they don't have to travel to maybe Randall Road, or they want to find something, support local, find something in their own backyard.
Oh, that's awesome. And so do you have any big or fun events coming up?
We do. We have a spring fling coming up, and that is on April 24th. So we are showcasing all of our gorgeous new spring products. We are going to be teaching you how to make a peep teeny, which is a peep martini.
Oh, boy.
We will also have a non-alcoholic version of that as well. We will also be opening up our gourmet pantry items, so you'll be able to taste our gourmet dips and sauces. And it will just be a super fun day. So that is running from 4 to 8 p.m. on April 24th.
Well, I really appreciate you waking up early and coming on the air with us. Hopefully we can have you back. We really did enjoy having you, and I hope that you're willing to come back on the air with us at some point in the future.
Actually, I like the analysis with the housing market, giving a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? 4.1 years. I don't know if that's a lot of hope, but that's hope. because that's a lot. I mean, and you've got a great outlook on that. And I think if we could turn things around just a little bit, we could even cut that 4.1 years down, I think.
Yeah.
And there is also good news, because in February in Kane County, we had 469 home sales, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's actually up 26% from last February.
Right.
So things are starting to turn around.
I see an uptick in it as well. You know, one of the other jobs I have, I work for a law firm that primarily works with real estate. And I was seeing a slight increase, but nonetheless, you could see it starting to turn around. I think this summer is going to be a much better summer than last year.
I agree. Definitely agree.
Yeah, you have a good analysis. Thank you. Thanks for calling in this morning.
Find Christine Klein over at Century 21 New Heritage. You can also give her a call, 847-489-2370. That's 847-489-2370.
And you got to stop at the store.
Vintage Hammer.
Vintage Hammer. They got a lot of cool stuff. I bought a little Christmas tree when we were there. We had it on our desk when we did the live broadcast, me and Matt McNeil. And it was a fun time. And boy, oh boy, what a neat little store that is in there.
Yeah.
Great items.
Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Christine.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye-bye, Christine.
Bye-bye.
Hey, when we come back, we're going to check out your messages. We got a lot more of them coming in. We're still waiting on Tom Skilling to come in. He'll be at, I believe, the top of the hour. In the meantime, we'll open up the phone lines, 847-931-1410, 847-931-1410. Hop in on the text line, 505-926-1410.
Hey, who just drove by the way?
Oh, that was the Wes's, West Side West and West Side Wesley Jr.
Yep,
Yes.
we all threw in we all ordered flowers for St. Mary's. I think you can still run in and order today because it's all due at the end of the day. St. Mary's, Elgin, flower sale, baskets, all that stuff. Support
Just want
the
to give
school.
them both a hearty good morning.
Absolutely.
Good in school today, my guy.
The WRMN Morning Show continues after this.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Does your car need a shine? At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they make it quick, easy, and spotless every time. And they're open 24/7 for your convenience. Right now, get a free car wash just for joining their text club. Text BRITT to 30400 and enjoy a free car wash. Visit Britain's Touchless Car Wash at 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin or at 555 Willow in West Dundee. Britain's, caring for your car while caring for our community.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Everybody, good morning and welcome back to the WRMN Morning Show. Sitting here today with next to Susie C, because this is her show along with Marky B. This is their show, and we're just kind of filling in the empty chairs. Mike Reed, not calling you an empty chair, Mike.
He's been called worse.
There's not a whole lot between the headphones, that's for sure.
And we got the guy, he says he's hiding on the board, but he's there. You see him in the bottom of the screen. If you're watching YouTube, that is Dennis Sonar Green. So
he
real
is
quick.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Oh my God, is he ever. This is the guy that keeps everything running.
Radio Man.
Radio Man. Ooh. So anyhow, we have weather today, 37 degrees right now. I'm showing. And I think it's going to get as high as like 48 degrees, cooler near the river. So it's going to be a nice sunshiny day for the front half of the day. And then maybe toward midday, toward the end, we're going to get little clouds and possibly even a 37% chance of some precipitation. But I'm not going to talk weather because we have the maker of weather. We have Tom Skilling going to be coming here at 8 o'clock, and that's only about 15 minutes away. So I am not going to spoil nothing. But the sun is coming in through Action Alley. It's hitting me right in the eye right now, so I'm going to be adjusting.
We're going to have
Now I see what Sue's talking about. Somewhat a little bit of sun. Can you see me on the YouTube? I can barely see
and then it'll start to eclipse, and you're going to have to move. Well, it's like the total eclipse
that's why I've never shot the moon as a kid, because when I did, it was a total eclipse. But anyhow, we're going to give it over to Dennis. He's got some information for us. Go ahead, Dennis. What's up? Give us some news.
That Susie Q of the day is, of course, the what is your favorite season, because Tom Skilling is coming in at the top of the hour. I'll make sure that I have that Zoom line open for him. So hopefully you'll be able to see his face. Send in any pictures as well if anything like that is there. But here we go. We wanted to do not necessarily a little bit of crime time, but some unusual news, some news to amuse, if you will, for yous. 80,000 pounds of beef were stolen from a Tennessee meat processing factory. Wise Brothers, Chattanooga, Tennessee. This comes from News Nation. A fake trucking company stole 80,000 pounds of meat worth.
And see, now would be the time to play the soundbite. You know exactly what I'm thinking about.
Which one?
Where's the beef?
Where's the beef?
How do you get away with that fake truck? I can see that, though. As a former receiver, I can see that.
I have a question. I really have a question. Sitting around with your buddies. Hey,
I got an idea.
I got an idea. Maybe we should get a truck and then steal the beef.
Dude, let's get a truck. Let's back up and just pretend that. And what do you do with 80,000 pounds? Like, do you go to your friend's house and go, you want a pack of ribs?
Right.
Do you want a couple of burgers? Like, what? That's a lot of meat.
These ribs are hot. Are they really spicy? No, they're stolen.
They're hot. They fell off a truck.
The stolen goods equate to $350,000 worth of beef, but only on the black market.
Wow. So imagine calling your insurance company. Hey, by the way, oops.
Yeah.
There's a black market for everything: guns, drugs, organs, and apparently beef.
Yeah. Oh, and you know what? And I bet you they could just run it all through the meat grinder and it would be harder to catch, right? Is that like
how you launder?
How do you just turn steaks and high quality pieces of meat into hamburger?
I was like, no, this was all Chuck. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I don't have a damn rump roast.
This is Bean Station, Tennessee. The Granger County Sheriff Office is investigating 80,000 pounds of meat. You can go to News Nation to find that. The reporter said that the officer spoke with the shipping manager, who said that at least 2 of the facility customers had not received their shipments of meat.
Can you imagine calling the police? Yeah. Like, 911, what's your emergency? Our beef is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then to be how embarrassing. Yeah, we just turned it over.
We just loaded it into a truck.
Was it stolen or was it just given to him? Because as a receiver, you had to approve what went on the truck. So
2 loads, which were intended to go to Kentucky and Michigan, were picked up by a subcontracted company called List Trucking Sales. Investigators wrote that information provided by List Trucking Sales appeared to be false and could not be verified.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
That's a phony company.
Do you ever drive by a truck and they've got a piece of cardboard taped on the door with their credentials and they make up their trucking number? I'm sure that's what happened. It was the back of a Busch Light.
Aluminum foil wrapped around the plate. Maybe that was the giveaway.
Dad and son collects it all. Says that it's wild on the Black Angus market.
Oh, my goodness. You could read more about that, newsnationnow.com. That's the place to go. The headline is 80,000 pounds of beef stolen from a Tennessee meat processing facility. Oh, my goodness. Whose boar's head is going to roll? No.
Ooh,
Too much there? No.
What a beef that would be on their record, huh?
That's all right. That's funny.
And then if they weren't convicted, they beat the meat case.
This is a family show.
Well, that was as good as I could come up with.
This is a family show.
Yeah.
Dean likes to teeter on the edge.
Yeah.
Like that. Dipping his toe in.
Yeah, there you go.
An elderly tourist was arrested after accidentally smuggling a handgun into Japan.
Not my gun.
Where was it? Where was it smuggled?
I don't ask. I don't want to even
That's
go
what I'm
there.
afraid to ask.
Let's see here. On March 24th, the police arrested Rand Allen Peterson, a 73-year-old U.S. tourist in Kobe, Japan. Peter reportedly told cruise staff he accidentally brought a handgun into Japan after arriving from Hawaii. After arriving in Japan, Peterson stayed in the Okasawa Hotel and boarded the Kobe cruise on March 23rd. Police found the revolver in Peterson's suitcase and 3 bullets in a terminal trash can.
Oh, jeez.
Peterson said it was for self-defense. The case raised concerns about screening at the airport, with police sending the case to prosecutors for violating the firearms law.
I can't get through with a pair of tweezers. Like, I'm going to pluck the pilot's eyebrows while he's flying, and this guy was able to get a gun. And all right, we got to look at that system because something is not right.
Oh, yes. Hey, Sue, what is that Susie Q of the day before we get to our final news article?
Well, in keeping with a weather theme, what is your favorite season and why?
Ooh,
so I've gotten a bunch of texts on my phone. People are saying fall. So right now, fall is winning.
Fall is winning.
Yeah.
Well,
Fall has a good case.
Sweater weather.
Yeah. According to statistics, fall is the most popular season.
Oh, so look at you guys are popular.
Number one answer. Morning Consult said 41% of U.S. adults choose fall as their favorite season. Women showed a higher preference at 46%. Regionally, the Midwest and South each had 44% favoring fall, compared to 39% in the Northeast and 37% in the West. But the news article that I want to make sure that you get a hold of, and that comes from theindependent.com. Toddler caught on TikTok eating his grandfather's ashes.
Oh no.
Oh,
that's not good.
No.
He'll never lose two truths and a lie, one person joked in the comments section. A mother learned the hard way to always keep an eye on her toddler after she discovered him eating her father's ashes. Natasha Emney, under the username Palomino Lil, posted a video on TikTok on Tuesday showing her son walking around her living room covered in a gray powder. She showed a storage unit with an urn sitting on top of it, the lid open, and the container completely empty.
Well, won't that be a fun story to tell at his wedding? One time when my kid was a toddler, he ate Grandpa.
Oh, goodness. We'll get one more in right now. In 2014, a group of Missouri miscreants burgled a burgled, right? That's a great word, right?
That's a good word. That's your word.
What were they called?
Burgled. They were miscreants. Miscreants burgled. Burgling miscreants is the name of my high school band.
Oh boy.
It was a garage band.
Exactly. It was always hard to break the lock to get in for practice. Devin Gassell served as the crew's lookout while two unnamed juveniles rummaged for high-value items. They snatched over $800 in cash, a $500 necklace, and a $800 tablet, and several Xbox gaming consoles. The narcotic-craving criminals also lifted prescription bottles of morphine and oxycodone, in addition to what they thought was a box of cocaine. However, the box did not contain cocaine. It was the ashes of the homeowner's deceased father. The teen eventually realized that the purloined remains were not cocaine, but only after one of the buffoons had tasted it. Lacking even an ounce of remorse or honor, the group tossed the ashes at the side of the road.
So do most cocaine dealers wrap their packages up in nice little boxes? And I don't know. Any plugs out there?
Ashes
give us a
seem
call.
a little dark for cocaine, though. So that's all I would say.
Seem to me.
Yeah.
Seems like you wouldn't want to even engage in this conversation.
I haven't brushed up on my dare analysis or anything like that.
I saw a picture of that dare lion, the mascot from years ago, and it had a speech bubble and says, "I am disappointed in all of you."
Yeah, there's that.
Hey Sue, how many sleeps do we have until sconing?
No sleeps till skilling.
That's it. We've got skilling in here coming up after the top of the hour news. That's when he'll come in. So we've only got one news break until then. Stick around for more The WRMN Morning Show after this.
Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. At Moose Lodge 799, you'll find a place to relax, make new friends, and be part of something bigger, like supporting the kids of Mooseheart. Doors at Moose Lodge 799 open at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and at 11 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Join a welcoming group of members who share a passion for good times and giving back. Call 847-741-0799. That's 847-741-0799 for more information or stop by and see what they are all about. Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin, where family, friends, and community are always invited to join.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 8 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzi. A Neuqua Valley High School teacher, William Schaub, has been arrested following allegations of having sexual contact with a student. Schaub, 56, was apprehended near his home in LaGrange on charges including 2 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse and 1 count of grooming, as stated by the Naperville Police. Schaub is currently being held at the Will County Jail. On April 11th from 6 to 9 p.m., the Elgin Public Museum hosts Oddity Evening, an event organized by Oddball Art Labs. Visitors can explore their new art gallery exhibit, which will be on display throughout the summer. Sabi the Clown will entertain alongside a selection of art vendors. Admission is $3 for members and $5 for non-members. Kane County has announced some transportation safety upgrades with railroad crossing upgrades specifically. Funded by the Illinois Commerce Commission's Grade Crossing Protection Fund, the projects aim to protect both motorists and pedestrians. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Alan Walters reporting the Elgin News from April 3rd, 1925. Close call for couple in fire at farm home. Mr. and Mrs. Fred C. Bartlett last night entertained neighbors at their farm home on the north leg of the racecourse, 3 miles west of Elgin, and the hospitality probably saved the lives of both. Fire broke out in the roof of the farmhouse shortly after the couple had retired, several hours later than usual, and Mrs. Bartlett, aroused by a cracking noise, arose from her bed and discovered the blaze eating away part of the roof. The woman and her husband sounded the alarm and fled from their home without saving even sufficient wearing apparel for outdoor use. The fire reduced the large 9-room house to complete ruins in less than 2 hours, at a loss estimated to be more than $10,000. A large barn and several outbuildings located to the north of the home were saved because the wind was from the north. A lack of water was all that prevented the firemen from saving the lower part of the house, according to Fire Marshal Elmer Henryson. The blaze was practically under control when the water supply in the milk barn gave out. If there was a creek or a pond anywhere near the home, the complete loss would have been averted, said the fire marshal. According to Mr. and Mrs. Bartlett, the fire was probably caused by a defective chimney.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. A flood advisory is in effect from this afternoon through tonight in the listening area. Currently, it is 35 with clear skies. Today, scattered rain showers are expected after 1 p.m. with partly sunny conditions and a high near 50. Tonight, scattered rain showers before 7 p.m., then showers and thunderstorms with a low around 42. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Are you looking for a dentist near you? Choose the one with the 5-star Google rating, Bender Dental Care in Elgin. We earned that 5-star rating with our super friendly staff, reasonable rates, and outstanding patient care. Dr. Bender provides full-service family dentistry, including tooth-colored fillings and crowns, and no drill, no shot treatment for small cavities, perfect for kids. Choose Google's 5-star dentist close to home, Bender Dental Care in Elgin. We're here for you.
Hi, this is Sue with Newman's Corner Pub in Hampshire, Illinois. Are you looking for the perfect hangout spot? Swing by Newman's Corner Pub right at the corner of 72 and State Street in Hampshire. Enjoy fantastic drinks, live music, and a fun crowd that makes every visit special. Test your luck with our hot slots and our Queen of Hearts drawing every Saturday at 3 p.m. Challenge your friends to darts or pool while you're here. Newman's Corner Pub, where every day feels like a weekend. Visit us at Route 72 and State Street in Hampshire. That's Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot.
Marky's got the insights, Susie's got the attitude, and you get the best seat in the house. Mornings just got a whole lot more interesting. This is the WRMN Morning Show, only on WRMN 1410 AM and WRMN1410.com.
Guess what day it is? It is Tom Skilling Day at WRMN AM 1410, and Mr. Skilling himself is on the phone with us right now, and I'm losing my mind. There he is.
Hello, guys.
I'm losing my mind.
You know what? I feel like I'm coming home, being a Fox Valley boy, and from Aurora. So, guys, it's so good to talk to you. And Mayor Mike and I met down in Champaign. Former Governor Edgar does a meeting every year at the University of Illinois, his alma mater. He calls it it's Edgar's Fellows Group, and Mike is an Edgar's Fellow. Edgar's Fellows are legislators involved in various levels of governance all through the state of Illinois. We have mayors there, alder people, state legislators. And they go down there and gather every August for a week of lectures. And I was asked to give a talk on climate change, and Mike was there, so we had a chance to meet, and we had a great time. So I thank you for inviting me. It's such an honor to be here. Thank you, guys.
The honor is all ours having you here on WRMN. You got to be kidding me.
Oh, you guys are great. I'm telling you, when I was in high school at West Aurora High School, we did speech competitions all over the place, high schools all over the region. So I was up in the Elgin area, and of course, growing up in the Fox Valley, I was through Elgin all the time, and I had many viewers that were in Elgin. There, look at that.
Look at you guys, two handsome gentlemen.
You know, if you blank out the face on the right side there's some handsome there's some handsome on that photo. The one on the left. No, Mike. I'll tell you, Mike has a son, I guess, who's quite interested in meeting.
Oh man, Mikey. Yep, he is. He's the next Tom Skilling.
He thought that
he thought you were coming in the studio this morning, and he either one was going to hide in my bag to sneak in, or two, he wanted me to bring in the bobblehead so that he's got a view on his dresser so you could sign it.
Oh, I'll tell you, I would love to do that. I'm sorry I'm not there in person with you guys, but
anytime you want. Anytime. I've got room next to me. If I have to push these guys out of the way, I will make room for you.
We knew that was coming.
You know what, Susie? I got to tell you, my sister's name is Susie. So I'll tell you, I have great affection there for
thank you.
Anybody who's named Susie.
Well, I'm just going to tell everybody you have great affection for me. We don't care about your sister. Just Tom Skilling has great affection for me.
We've had a chance to visit here before going on the air, and you seem very, very sweet. So I'll tell you, thank you for having me, guys, and happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Thank you for being here. And I know we're going to shift gears and talk about the NOAA and everything coming up with legislation. So you are the master at that. So would you like to explain to us what's going on? Because it seems like it's going to be pretty impactful.
It really is. They're going after the funding and the personnel, whom the man and woman, the National Weather Service. They staff the National Weather Service. The National Weather Service has great connections with the Midwest. For 155 years, the National Weather Service, formerly the Weather Bureau, and before that, the U.S. Army Signal Corps, has observed and forecast the weather. And I'll tell you how it came into being. There was a professor up the lake in Milwaukee by the name of Increase Lapham. He was a scientist up there, and he was very worried about shipwrecks on the Great Lakes and all the mariners were going to their deaths at the bottom of the lake in these unpredicted storms. And he, as early as the 1850s, said, I think we ought to try to forecast these things. They had just developed a telegraph, and so there was a means for sending weather observations in real time quickly. But the Civil War intervened, and that broke off any chance for advancing a weather service. But after it ended, he wrote Congress, Increase Lapham wrote Congress and said, isn't it the job of the federal government to offer our mariners some warning about storms? And in 1870, President Ulysses S. Grant signed into law the bill that started the Army Signal Corps taking weather observations. And from that came our United States Weather Bureau, later in 1970 renamed the National Weather Service. And that's how we've come by a National Weather Service. Well, here's what's going on now. The current administration is proposed dramatically cutting the funding for the Weather Service. And the claim is that it's a bloated federal agency and so forth. It isn't. It's lean, it's mean. There are 4,200 National Weather Service employees across the entire country that provide the weather information for 330 million of us. They produce, they pick up 6.3 weather observations a day they process. They produce 1.5 million weather forecasts a year and 50,000 weather warnings across the country for everything from tornadoes to floods. I mean, when the Fox River goes out of its banks, the way we find out what the crest level will be of that river or any other river in our area, the Rock, the Kankakee, the Kishwaukee, any river in our area, the Weather Service, among its many functions, forecast crest levels. But they also issue our tornado watches, our snowstorm watches, heat wave advisories. Their staff is out across the area training weather spotters all through the spring and the summer. And that's in addition to issuing weather forecasts 24/7, 365 days a year. I mean, it's a bargain. The American taxpayer pays the equivalent of one Big Mac a year for the weather service that we get in this country.
Wow.
And among the things the Weather Service, it operates the satellite system, 160 Doppler radars, all of the weather observational gear in the country. It communicates with other international weather agencies in the world, which we've got to do because we didn't know their weather in order to forecast our own. They're an amazing, they forecast tsunamis. They look at the sun when these coronal mass ejections send charged particles toward the sun and toward the earth that start the northern lights going. They create what are called geomagnetic storms in our upper atmosphere that can interfere with satellites and radios, and it's the Weather Service that warns about those.
So, Tom, how many employees work for the National Weather Service?
4,200, Mayor. 4,200.
So, now you spoke about people saying it's a bloated agency and that, but so you're saying that 4,200 employees total throughout the whole country, and it handles everything from weather balloons, have everything from the buoys out in the lake and the rivers, and early warning managements and that kind of thing.
Yes, indeed. And in fact, Congress has approved funds for a staff of 4,800. And they're operating at 4,200. Victor Gensini, who's a professor, Dr. Victor Gensini of Northern Illinois University, an amazing young tornado researcher who's done groundbreaking work on severe weather. And is a professor there. They're going to begin a hail program sponsored by the National Science Foundation. Hail causes billions of dollars in damage, and yet we don't do a real good job of forecasting it. We're going to try and improve that. That'll start. But anyway, he did a survey of the current employment status, and 60 of the 120 offices are understaffed right now by 20% or more. And yet they continue operating. This is a very dedicated staff, these weather service folks. I mean, a lot of them come to work when a snowstorm's coming in, bring clothes and food, and all knowing that they may get trapped in the office and therefore have to work through these terrible weather situations.
What do these cuts do to aspiring meteorologists, let's say, people that are in school now or trying to change careers? What are these cuts? What kind of impacts is that going to have to the weather, the meteorological careers of people trying to come into the business?
Mike, the first ones they're laying off are the young people. These are the future meteorologists, and they're the ones oftentimes they give them 15 minutes warning and tell them, you're out of here. You haven't done your job, and so we're cutting you loose. They have done their job. These people work incredibly hard. This is not accurate. But at any rate, it's the young people that are getting axed. And, it's interesting you ask that, Mike, because I was out at Northern Illinois University with our crew. We wanted to interview Professor Gensini. And I spoke in front of his meteorology class, and I looked out on all these young faces. I'm a 73-year-old, so anybody under 73 looks young to me. I look at the screen with you guys on it, and I think youth.
Yeah, so, if you take half the screen.
Wait, I'm older than all of you.
You're the best, man.
I'm older than all of you.
Yeah, okay.
Seriously, I tell you, but I looked out on this classroom. These are all young people. And do you know, when I first got word of these cuts, I put something up on social media on my Facebook page, and I thought, I wonder what the reaction to this is going to be. Because some people write and say, look, with the government's bloated and all, we got to start somewhere, and nobody likes cuts and all. The fact is, nobody wants a bloated government, and if there are agencies bloated, go after them. But the Weather Service and NOAA is not one of them. And I can tell you that as somebody who's worked in this field for half a century.
And it presents a huge, what type of risk, let's say, or what are the potential impacts to, we try to tie all this back to like the average everyday person, right? And so not assuming that anybody's uninformed or not assuming any of that, but you pull your phone out of your pocket as an example, and you say, "Oh, I can get the weather on my phone," or you turn on any news outlet and you can see their meteorologist, right? Or turn on the radio and you can hear the weather. So to the average everyday person, it seems like, okay, well, they're just cutting the government waste, right? Quote unquote. Yeah. Okay, but how does that relate to the conversation of you pull your phone out of your pocket and that kind of thing?
That is such a great question. First of all, when you pull your phone out of the pocket, you see a radar image or a satellite picture on it. By the way, that's Penny, my dog.
Hi, Penny.
Penny. Little Penny. She's 16 years old and has the body of a 6-year-old, the vet tells us. And she's adorable. But anyway, here's what's threatened. Our warnings. Right now, there's so little staff, they've ceased launching weather balloons in Green Bay, Aberdeen, South Dakota, Omaha, Nebraska, Rapid City, Bismarck, North Dakota, places in Maine and Alaska. And you may say, for God's sake, what difference does satellites and Doppler radar? Well, the fact is, these weather balloons give us information and a complete read on the atmosphere that's absolutely essential to go into our computer models to accurately forecast. So we're not quite sure what the effect is going to be on the accuracy of our models. But, there may be some real issues there. And then the warning, when a thunderstorm comes through and the lightning's flashing at 11 o'clock at night, and there's a tornado dancing through your neighborhood or nearby, you want somebody glued to that Doppler radar, which is an amazing piece of technology, telling us where that tornado is and where it's going. That takes staff.
Right.
Then when the storms hit, they send crews out to see what the damage has been. This is critical in insurance coverage and all. Imagine there's a hurricane season about ready to get underway on the coast. imagine the eastern and southern United States with, among the people that cut are computer modelers, people who are launching our weather balloons, people who run with the hurricane hunters, some of the technicians that repair our Doppler radars. You know, this Doppler radar that you see on your phone and that we see on television.
So, hey, Tom, I don't mean to interrupt you, but it seems like we lost your camera.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Now, let me turn this. I wonder why
the cuts are affecting it already. Look at this.
I think it fell over.
All of a sudden, we lost you. We could still hear you just fine. But
can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
We've heard you all the way through.
We can hear you all the way through. We just lost your video.
No, I think your camera fell over. Crazy. What we'll do is we'll take a break if that's okay.
I'll log back in again, guys, and we'll see if that fixes it.
Well, stay where you are. We'll fix it over the break. You're listening to the WRMN Morning Show. We will be right back with our fantastic guest,
Mr. Tom Skilling.
That's it, Mr. Skilling, the best.
Right back after this, 3 minutes. Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact.
Guys, what if I log off and log back on again? Let's do it.
Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
No, it's right here, and I'm moving it, and there's no movement. So I don't know.
What a bold,
I don't know what what the camera is doing here.
All 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality.
I see audio and video.
Is completely debatable.
All right, now I turn it off, and then I turn it back on, and I'm still getting
2 p.m. to 4
I'm still getting that crazy.
Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310.
Yes, I hit that.
Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday,
Thursday,
all right. 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN.
There it is. Is that it?
When you want to talk about facts.
I wonder why that happened. That's interesting. Huh. All right, guys. Is that okay, the shot there?
In a while, Bender Dental Care in Elgin has a new patient welcome offer. Complete exam, cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Okay, that bears repeating. A complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Bender Dental Care has a verified 5-star Google rating. It doesn't get any better than that. Family dentistry at its best. Bender Dental Care in Elgin.
I always had to be so good, no one could ignore me. Carve my path with data and drive. But some people only see who I am on paper. The paper ceiling, the limitations from degree screens to stereotypes that are holding back over 70 million stars. Workers skilled through alternative routes, rather than a bachelor's degree. It's time for skills to speak for themselves. Find resources for breaking through barriers at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown. Never let kids' toys take over the house. And never fill your feed with kid photos. You'd never plan your life around their schedule. Never lick your thumb to clean their face. And you'd never let them leave the house looking like less than their best. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it. Never let them stay up too late. And never let them run wild through the grocery store.
Peanuts on aisle 6. And aisle 3.
So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Good morning and welcome back, Fox River Valley. You are listening to and watching WRMN AM 1410 on the stick and on the YouTube and on the line. We have the master, the GOAT himself, Mr. Tom Skilling, and my day is made. Welcome back, Mr. Skilling. Oh, thank you. Did everybody hear that?
Yep.
Did you all hear that? Okay, great.
I don't know if your head can get any bigger this morning, Sue.
I know my headphones are getting tight.
Thanks a lot. Now we have to deal with this the rest of the day. Yeah, appreciate it. Glad having you on.
I know we have lots of questions for you.
Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Skilling, this is a lot of research based, right? I mean, it's our job as broadcasters to get everything out into the world, but these are people who are researchers, scientists. Are there going to be any long-term research and studies that are going to be affected, even with just this little bit of a shave now? They haven't said anything about not going any further, but just it coming down now, are there any long-term studies that are going to be affected by just this pause here?
Absolutely. And in fact, we're really worried about that. One of the things that's made our country so amazing is our scientific work. Right now at Argonne National Laboratories, they've got a full laboratory effort underway to help decarbonize the transportation sector, come up with cleaner fuels, better batteries, faster charging batteries, nuclear power that can be generated more cleanly and with less waste. Fuels that our aircraft use that don't put out the carbon dioxide they did, or that our ships use. There's all kinds of work. Do you know at Argonne Labs, they've got a program underway right now where they can literally take an electric car and run it through its life cycle and then break it down. They can grind up its exterior, its battery, all the components that make it, and recycle everything. And create a whole new, a whole new vehicle.
That's amazing.
Yeah, well, this is the type of scientific work we can't lose.
Right.
And another thing I think a lot of us are witnessing, Chicago weather. Our winters have been absolutely nothing compared to what I grew up in. And now you're reducing by 4,200 employees, if I'm understanding that correctly. You need these folks on hand to help with the research to maybe try to find out what is happening with this change. Am I right?
Yeah. The guys at the Weather Service, guys and gals, they do all kinds of research and all. They keep our climate record going, which is critical as we try to assess where we are and how our winters are changing. And by the way, our winters have changed dramatically, as any of us knows. Do you know that we have been warming pretty steadily, but there was a period from the late 40s through the 70s and into the early 80s where the Northern Hemisphere cooled. And you know what they concluded happened? We had greenhouse gas building up all that time. But World War II took a lot of industry offline, and when it ended, all these industrial plants fired up again. And of course, Europe started rebuilding, and so did Asia. And all this pollution started going back in the air, in particular oxides of sulfur, which tend to block the sunlight coming in. And for about 30 years, we went into a cooling cycle from the late 40s through the 70s. And we know that here because our winters in the 70s were barbaric around here. If you look, our Chicago area weather record goes back to the Chicago Fire, 1871. That fire destroyed what weather records had been kept up to that point. So that's why our weather record starts at 1871 here. And if you look at Decatur.
Oh, we lost your audio again, sir.
Yep, we lost your audio.
Oh, I think we're going to have you call in, or we'll call you. I'm guessing. Tom, we lost.
Oh, now we got you.
Oh, there you're back. You're back.
Are you back? And can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
You.
I don't know why that's happening. Maybe
Penny, make her stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, Penny, for gosh sake.
Hey, we've been blaming our technical difficulties this week on alien abduction.
We always blame Sue over here in the office.
There we go. It's my fault. I'll take the blame.
Well, I'll tell you, she's such a nice little dog, and but she apparently has an ill effect on our computer.
She wants Daddy's attention now.
So we've got what 30 seconds,
yep.
60 seconds before we hit a break. And so would you be willing to hang on and take some calls from our listeners?
I would love to. Thanks, guys.
This is awesome. This is a dream come true for me to be able to interview you and have you on WRMN. And I just am so thankful for the opportunity that Dino and Sonar gave me to kind of fill in alongside Susie C. for Marky B, who's out on vacation in the fun in the sun.
This is absolutely wonderful. This is sit on the screen directly next to you at the same time.
Skilling.
Tom friggin' Skilling, as Pat Thomas.
The honor is mine. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Hey, for those, again, make sure you call in 847-931-1410 when we come back from the bottom of the hour. 847-931-1410. Let's show some Tom some love.
Weather questions.
Text in 505-926-1410 or join us on YouTube. We see a lot of people in YouTube that are absolutely saying hi and wishing you a great morning there, Tom. More WRMN Morning Show coming up after this.
Guys.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. The Naperville Police Department joining forces with the Illinois Department of Transportation and over 200 local law enforcement agencies to combat distracted driving throughout April. The initiative, aligned with Distracted Drivers Awareness Month, emphasizes the danger of using phones while driving, which is both hazardous and illegal unless in hands-free mode. The EPA has begun a $500,000 operation to remove radium-contaminated soil from the former site of Silbert Watch Company in Elgin. The watch company, known for using radium-based paint, operated from 1954 to 1971, leaving hazardous residues. The cleanup is expected to be concluded by early summer. Elgin Township will host its annual town meeting on Tuesday, April 8th at 7 p.m., located at the Elgin Township Building, 729 South McLean Boulevard. The agenda includes the supervisor's annual report, the treasurer's annual report, and reports from elected officials, as well as discussions on surplus property. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Flood advisory from this afternoon through tonight in the listening area. Currently, it is 39 degrees with clear skies. Looking ahead to tomorrow, scattered rain showers are expected before 7 a.m., with mostly cloudy skies and a high near 50. Flood advisory from late Friday into Saturday in the area. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Still here, still talking, still way too awake for this hour. It's the WRMN Morning Show. Let's go.
Welcome back to the WRMN Morning Show with Dennis Sonar Green. We've also got Dean DeLaley. We've got Mayor Mike. We've got Sue. And who else do we have on with us today, Sue?
We have Tom Skilling. I can't say it enough. I've had countdowns, 2 sleeps till Skilling. We sing it. Today was a no sleeps till Skilling. Sorry about that, but I had to share. So welcome back.
Oh, well, that's so sweet. It's nice to be with you guys. Thank you for having me. This is fun. It really is.
We've opened up the phone lines as well. 847-931-1410. 847-931-1410 is the place to go over there. But, Tom, there are so many fantastic people that wanted to say good morning to you. We've got Pat says hi. Schomburg Hockey League has jumped in. Sandy, Joe, Cheryl, Linda, Connie, all people that remember you and have been watching you for years and years.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I think we lost your audio again.
Oh, Penny.
He hasn't thrown anything at his screen yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Did that come back?
Oh, you're back.
Coming back, and there's your video.
There you are.
You're good to go.
Oh, we figured out how to fix it. I don't know why that's happening, but at least let me know when it fails because I can fix it quickly here. I see.
Will do.
Okay.
All right. But hi to everybody, and thanks for the nice comments. And thanks for joining us. It's so great.
Okay, let's go to our first caller here. Called a few times. We wanted to make sure we got him in there. Is our very own David Tees.
Hi, David.
Good morning, Tom. How you doing, Tom?
How are you?
Oh, great. I always watched you on the weather, WGN.
Oh, nice.
You were one of the best out there. You are the best out there.
How nice. Thank you.
You're the guy that invented weather.
That's what I've been saying for 2 weeks. Tom Skilling invented the weather.
Oh, gosh. You don't know how much that means. Hey, it's always been a labor of love, but thank you for watching. That's so nice of you. And thanks for the nice words, the kind words.
I have one quick question, and then I'll let everybody else call in. With the tornado season upon us now, does Lake Michigan have an effect towards tornadoes when we got the cold fronts and the storms coming from the west or the northwest, and then it's cooler by the lake but hotter out here? Does the lake seem to lower the risk of tornadoes? Because we never really see them in the suburbs like towards Chicago.
You know what? We've got to be careful about that, Dave. If you tell everybody the lake is always a deterrent to a tornado, you mislead to some extent. There's no question. Tornadoes develop when air is drawn up into a thunderstorm cloud with great force. The jet streams involved in that, and also the warmth and humidity leads to a buoyancy that causes it to rise. And when the air is sucked up into a thunderstorm cloud, you'll get a rotation to develop, and the tornado develops. What the lake does on occasion is the cold air over the lake, if it's drawn into a thunderstorm, will cut down on the buoyancy of the air, and therefore it can diminish some tornadoes. But the problem is there are forces at work that are drawing the air aloft that are not needed all the time.
No, lost your audio again.
Uh-oh.
Okay. We figured out how to fix it, and that's all that matters.
Oh, we still don't have it yet.
We lost your audio again. I'm sorry.
While we're waiting for our Mayor Mike, I just got off the phone with Mayor Skillman. He's putting together a better vacation package for me.
Oh, yeah, well, good. Let him have it. Skillman's a cooler guy than me anyway.
Tom, we lost your audio.
I think we're going to have to call him on the regular old cell phone, I think.
All All right, you guys. You guys have a good day. And good show today. Very good show.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Is that back?
Oh, look at that. You're back.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
All right. Isn't that? I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That's
okay.
no
We're
problem
good.
at all. Live broadcasting, right, sir?
I know.
Absolutely.
I know.
We are not robots.
Yeah.
We are live.
Right.
And technology on top of it. There's, boy, technology is marvelous, but it can sure throw a wrench into the works, can't it? At times.
Can.
Right.
So you were saying about the cutoff that
the lake.
was there at the lake.
If a storm draws cold air in off the lake, that can decrease the buoyancy of the air that contributes to the spin of a tornado. But that doesn't always happen. So you can't presume that all thunderstorms, even when they try to pull air off the lake, will kill a tornado within those storms. And the fact is, if you look at the tracks of tornadoes, there have been many tornadoes that have crossed Chicago, gone right out over the lake. So we know that tornadoes can happen. Do you know the Oaklawn Belvedere tornado outbreak back in 1967? That Oaklawn tornado that killed 55 people went from Oaklawn across the Dan Ryan Expressway in rush hour and the south side of Chicago, and it went a mile out over the lake east of the Science and Industry Museum on the south side. Living proof that tornadoes can and do happen in Chicago. I live on the north side of the city, right up the block from me at Loyola University. We had a tornado touchdown a couple, 5-10 years ago, right on the shoreline.
Oh, wow.
So they can happen. The lake doesn't always prevent them.
Okay, we got another caller here, Tom. Go ahead,
Yes.
Rita.
Hi, it's nice
Hi, Rita.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Watched you through the years as well.
How nice.
My question is, with Trump cutting these funds for the weather station, will that not make airplane flying more hazardous?
No.
I think we lost your audio again.
Soon enough, he's going to throw stuff at his computer, because that's what I would be doing. Oh, not yet. Close.
Try one more time,
One
Tom.
more time.
Who, me?
No.
No, Mr. Skilling.
Mr. Skilling's having some trouble with the audio.
I feel so bad making him.
Oh,
You're
there
back.
you are.
Hey,
There you are.
He's
2 times the charm.
back.
That's okay.
Rita, your question is a good one. And say it again, Rita. Tell me again what you asked. I'm sorry.
That's okay. With Trump cutting the sources
Budget,
for
yes.
weather information, will this not be more hazardous in flying for all people?
Do you know the reason we take weather observations at airports is because pilots need continuous information. And do you know, we interviewed a 37-year United Airlines veteran and asked him about how they brief themselves on weather and all. Weather information is critical. The computer models that predict our weather predict upper winds that they use to route their flights and all. So they either avoid jet streams or thunderstorms or turbulence as much as possible. You want this information flow to continue, and if you're cutting staff, you can affect that. That's why we want to maintain the staff we've got. It's pretty thin as it is, but we don't want it to get any thinner.
But then why are we not broadcasting that to make people realize that their lives are going to be in more danger?
Well, Rita, that's why we invited Mr. Skilling to come on with us today,
Yeah,
because
and
we feel like it needs the attention.
Absolutely. And Rita, we spent 3 weeks producing a piece we aired Tuesday night. I spoke yesterday on that very subject to the City Club here in Chicago. Day before, I was at the Climate Action Museum. We've done podcasts with my WGN radio colleagues. I interviewed with the Chicago Tribune and talked about this. I also did a podcast with the Environmental Law and Policy Center. And I'm trying to get the message out on every medium I can. And that's why I'm so thrilled to be with you today here on WRMN. I think it's absolutely critical that we talk about this and tell the public, because the public is busy with their lives and they don't know this is going on.
Mm-hmm.
So you raise a good point, Rita. Absolutely.
So much for retirement, huh, Tom?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Thanks for the call, Rita.
And we'll certainly keep that communication moving forward, Mr. Skilling, on all of this.
Thank you.
And we'll try and stay in touch with you through Mike to make sure that you can give us any updates that we can share with our listeners.
You're wonderful. This is a real public service. Thank you.
You heard it? He said I was wonderful.
He did say you were wonderful. He did. He said I was sweet.
Yeah,
I mean it.
Before we go to the next caller, I want to get Mr. Skilling's answer for the Susie Q of the day.
Yeah, so every day I do a Susie Q of the day, and they're usually kind of related to what. And today was kind of a simple one. My Q of the day was, what is your favorite season and why?
Boy, that's a good one. You know, Susie, this will sound like a cop-out. I love every season. I think there's something fascinating about the weather every season. You know, in retirement, I've been traveling between here and I go out to Hawaii. And
yeah, we heard you got a little place out there.
I do, and I went up to Alaska in the first time because I wanted to see what the weather was like up at that latitude. I went up in 1980. I kind of thought I might eventually retire there, but I like Chicago, and I started going out to Hawaii 15 years ago. If you told me I'd be going to Hawaii, I would have said you were crazy. I had no interest in doing it, but you know, I've been going out there, and it's so interesting. They've got these microclimates. And gosh, I was out watching the whales migrating and snorkeling. And some guy, the guy who guided us on this, handed me an octopus. And he had a little camera, one of these GoPro cameras that he was shooting underwater. So I bought a GoPro camera, and I'm going out tomorrow, and I'm going to be out there for about a month and a half, and then I come back in June. There's a big climate conference here that I've been asked to be involved in, and so I'm coming back for that. But I'll tell you, it's been an interesting retirement, and what's fun about it is I work with WGN, and I'm able to do projects. One of them is the report we just did on the NOAA budget cuts, but we did one with United Airlines. We did one out at Argonne. You know, you're talking about Argonne. They put a computer out there. It's called the Aurora computer. It's the fastest supercomputer in the world. This thing does 2.5 billion mathematical operations a second.
Whoa.
And to give you an idea of what that means, if you gave every human being in the world a computer and assumed they knew how to work it and told them, go to work, in 4 years, every human in the world armed with a computer would do the number of calculations that this Argonne Aurora computer does in 1 second.
Holy cow.
What they're going to do with that, they're going to map the human brain for the first time. They're going to try and figure out how cancer spreads through the body and other diseases. They're going to work on new medicines, new materials for better batteries, artificial intelligence weather computer models that are showing great promise in forecasting the weather. And they will become part of our arsenal of weather forecast tools in the years ahead. This is an amazing machine.
It sure
and it
is.
all starts with that data. You have to collect that data.
Yes, it took 6 years to build that. It's in a 10,000 square foot building over there in Lamont. And they use 40,000 gallons of water, recycled water, a day to cool the computer. Because these computers
Yeah, these data centers are pretty impactful in general, and they don't require a lot of municipal services. So put on your mayor hat for just a second. The city of Minooka right now, who is just approved a data center, and they're struggling with getting infrastructure there to get the power and then the water and that kind of stuff. And so, I mean, it's a pretty interesting thing.
Yeah. Facebook has a huge one in DeKalb.
Yep, that's absolutely true.
But these computers are only as good as the information that gets imported. And I remember when you did that special with you and you had Sean Lewis helping you, how you color code everything, how long it takes you just to give the regular weather report for the day. What you go through. That, I remember watching all those models. Do you have that right there?
I think I've got, look at this. That's funny you mentioned, I forgot about that. When I was doing the night weather, this is, I don't know whether you can see this or not, but see all those numbers?
Yeah, that's what you had on, right.
This is, I used to every day, I pulled down, these are all temperature forecasts, and off 40 different computer models. And you know, we found out when we were trying to figure out why weather forecasts are inaccurate, one of the things we found out was we don't perfectly measure the atmosphere. So it turns out we have about 6.3 billion observations a day that go into these computer models. But if you reinterpret this data set slightly differently, in other words, if I have a weather observation here and one right here, you have to tell the computer what's going on in between the two of them. And there are different ways to do that. And so we found out if we could, do it in 30 or 40 different ways and then run all the computer physics and all and figure out what the atmosphere is going to do, you get different forecasts, slightly different forecasts. And when you average all the different forecasts by reinterpreting the initial data, you wind up with a better accuracy forecast. That's called ensembling. And so at any rate,
I feel like I'm back in
school.
school.
I was doing. This is like
I love this.
I'm folding my hands,
sitting. Homemade ensemble. And it's amazing. Each one of these numbers is a different computer model's temperature calculation at a different distance in time into the future. And I found if you average across all these models, and then you take the average number and you look at what the actual temperature wound up being, you'll find there's an error that sometimes occurs, and then you can correct for that error. And that's how we arrived at, the forecast out to 10, 15 days in advance.
Mr. Skilling, did they have to build that computer because you were retiring?
That had to be what it was.
No, I'll tell you, those scientists out there are brilliant. I mean, these are gems in our country's scientific crown. Do you know that the COVID vaccine that was developed in 10 months? And do you know they used a supercomputer at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, which is much like the facility at Argonne or Fermilab. These are centers funded by the government with all kinds of scientists doing all kinds of research. And they had these incredible computers to help them. And the COVID vaccine was developed in 10 months using a supercomputer that could scan through viruses and figure out which medicines and chemicals might deter the virus from causing the disease. That process without the computer might have taken 10 years, 10 months.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 10 years. I was
versus 10 months.
They did it in 10 months.
We've got about 5 minutes left here. And so I just want to say I really appreciate you coming in. I really appreciate the chance to speak with you.
This is fun.
Now, I know Susie C has a question that she wants to ask.
I have one more. I know we talked about the straight line. What exactly is an F0 tornado? To me, zero means nothing. So I'm just kind of like, what is an F0?
An F0 has winds that might be in the range of 50 to like 85 miles per hour.
Oh, okay.
And the F stands for Fujita, which is the name of the University of Chicago scientist who developed the scale. And it was interesting. The Fujita scale goes from 0 up to Mach 1. And there are 10 actual levels of the Fujita scale. But in nature, we only get F5s. It's the top intensity tornado, and that's
thankfully
320 miles per hour.
Wow.
So an F0 is the bottom scale. That's enough to rip shingles off trees, to take down some power lines, or strip trees of leaves and not branches.
Would that be the same as a microburst, or is that something separate?
See, a microburst. Tornadoes form when air is sucked up into the cloud and begins to rotate. Microbursts occur when the air falls out of the cloud and hits the ground and sprays out in all directions. And both of them can produce terrible damage. Oftentimes it's an academic point of whether a tornado or a microburst. The winds, straight line winds with a tornado can roar, with a thunderstorm can roar just like a tornado does, like a freight train. I don't think a lot of people realize that. They think only tornadoes roar like freight trains.
Yeah.
So
thunderstorm dust can do that too.
We have about 2 minutes here, and I have a question. I was wondering if you'd indulge us.
Sure.
Would you be willing to say, "Hi, this is Tom Skilling, and I love listening to the WRMN Morning Show"?
Oh, I would love to do that. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom Skilling, and And I love listening to the WRMN morning show.
Yes.
There he is. That's our guy.
I think I think I messed that up. Can you do it one more time and I won't talk over
Let's get a count. Let's get a count, Mayor. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sure.
And 3, 2.
Hello, everybody. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom Skilling, and I love listening to the WRMN morning show.
All right. Thank you so much.
Be any more better.
Thank you.
So I'm just thinking, if we can't get you in studio and you're going to be in Hawaii, maybe we should go out to Hawaii and run the morning show from your front porch.
Oh, let's do
that.
I have my computer out there. I do live shots from on my computer and Zoom shots from there.
Like some fancy Hawaiian drinks.
I think if Penny stays home and she's not tugging at the wires, we're in.
Guys, get the boss to fund a flight out there, and you're welcome anytime.
Did you hear that? You're talking to the boss right here.
That's it.
Yeah.
We're in, Tom.
Right.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
From all of us here at
Thank you for your
WRMN,
time.
God bless you for being on the show. Mike, thank you for bringing the connection together. Susie, this is your dream come true.
Tom freaking Skilling, he called me sweet.
What do you think,
and we're
Dennis?
excited.
It's been amazing. Thank you, Mr. Skilling.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Mayor Mike.
This is only second to touring the WGN studios.
WRMN Morning Show continues with Fridays with the Finest with Chief Lally.
What a day.
We are still live on YouTube. So if you want to say anything to YouTube at all there, Mr. Skilling, thank you very much for being here with us.
Guys, isn't it amazing the technology we have? I mean, it gives us headaches at times, but I mean, it is amazing. And to everybody watching on YouTube, thank you. What a pleasure. And guys, it was just great. I love the fact we can talk and see each other.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
This is just magic.
Anytime you want to do something like this, even if it's, we want to get as much of it on the air as well. But if you are looking for somebody to just help you capture your thoughts that you want to put together, we will gladly help you with anything like that that WGN may think may be a little too small. Anything, any scale that you think that we can help you out with, you let us know.
Guys, there's so much, you know how it is in our medium. I mean, we have such time limitations and all. Look, any chance to talk, I throw it right back at you guys. If there's anything weather related or anything like that you want to talk about, I am more than game. And
thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I really, really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike. Mike, it's good to see you. Say hi to little Mikey. I don't know I wonder how the governor's doing.
Yeah, that's a really sad, unfortunate situation. But he's got a dinner coming up in May. I don't know if he's going to be there in person or not. I guess that'll be the telling thing. So
Al, his chief of staff, called me, and I put a call back and left a voice. He wanted to update me on the governor's condition.
From cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Twins scored a 6-1 win over the White Sox. Pablo Lopez struck out 7. White Sox starter Sean Burke tagged for 6 earned runs over 4 1/3. The Sox are off today and head to Detroit for a game on Friday. Jonathan Cannon scheduled to start. The Cubs pounded the A's 10-2. Jamison Taillon got the victory. He struck out 7 and allowed 4 hits over 6 innings. Seiya Suzuki homered twice and knocked in 5 runs, helping Chicago complete a 3-game sweep. They're 5-4 on the season. They have 5 consecutive multi-homer games. The Cubs finally head home to host San Diego on Friday. Shota Imanaga, the scheduled starter. The Bulls are back home at United Center Friday night. Chicago has clinched at least 10th place in the Eastern Conference. That means they'll get a play-in game. NHL last night in the shootout, the Avalanche beat the Blackhawks 3-2 at United Center. Save big when you bundle auto and home, renters, or condo with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More, the place to go for sipping rosés with seltzers on ice, making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Flood advisory from this afternoon through tonight in the listening area. Currently, it is 39 degrees with clear skies. Looking ahead to tomorrow, scattered rain showers are expected before 7 a.m., with mostly cloudy skies and a high near 50. Flood advisory from late Friday into Saturday in the area. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
The Elgin Police Department is dedicated to working in partnership with the community to promote safety and enhance the quality of life by serving with professionalism, encouraging open communication, and embracing diversity.
Engaged.
Partnering with our citizens and involved in our community.
Progressive.
Embracing innovative strategies while maintaining proven practices.
Dedicated.
Serving with integrity and professionalism. Elgin became an incorporated city in 1854 and installed its first police marshal, George W. Renwick. Over the years, the title of the head law enforcement officer changed from marshal to chief. And although the role has expanded, one duty has remained consistent: to ensure law and order for the citizens of Elgin.
It's time now for Fridays with the Finest, featuring Elgin's current police chief, Anna Lally, on Elgin's hometown radio station since 1949, WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
All right, welcome in to Fridays with the Finest here. We've got Chief Anna Lally, and we've got the divers on hold currently right now. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today to WRMN AM 1410. We appreciate everyone's support. We appreciate everyone listening in this morning, of course, with Tom Skilling. Fantastic interview there. Always great to have amazing people here on the air with us. How are you doing, Chief Anna Lally?
Good.
Thank you so much for joining us. Yes.
Okay. Yes, I'm doing well. I hope everyone's doing good. Today we are going to have Chaos Divers on with us. So I think they're situated. They're on here, so we're going to be able to see them, right? Hopefully.
Yes, eventually. They're currently on hold.
Yeah, no, I mean, if we want to kind of get them in here and get them introduced. And so, today I think we're going to talk everything about Chaos Divers. This is, I don't know who's going to be there, if it's all three of them, which is Jacob Grubbs, Lindsay Busick, and Mike McFerrin. I wanted to have them, be able to kind of talk about what they did and the Karen Sheepers case and, really kind of introduce them to the Elgin community.
Absolutely. What a couple weeks it's been.
Yes.
This case has been such a breakthrough, and the fact that we have a team like this is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
That they can go in and they can search and find hopefully what they were looking for, which is
It's been a couple weeks now, so I think, but there's still, Andrew and Matt, I think we're on the show on Wednesday. And, we released a podcast episode on Monday. So there's just, there's still some things that we need to, kind of cover. And, but it's the past couple of weeks, I think I was here last week and I mentioned, this is just, something that, doesn't really happen a lot in police work. And so it's really, I know a lot of people have a lot of questions and I want to make sure that, as I said, that questions we'll get to them, it will take a little bit of time, but really kind of, appreciating the people that kind of made this happen. And Chaos Divers was a amazing, huge part of it.
Absolutely. I think what's great too is that you have such a strong team that's willing to work together to make this happen. Now, of course, there's still so many questions. There's so many things that still need to be done. But I would say that again, it was a big breakthrough, and I'm glad that the family is now in some ways at peace. Now they know what happened, and so I can't imagine going 42 years not knowing.
Yeah, the family released a statement, I think, on Wednesday. We pushed that out on our social media. And, I think that they just, captured the essence of what that family wanted to say to the community because, what can't, there's so much, and I think it's also important too that, when we use the word closure, it's that's just a sentiment for, an answered question, right? Or, we can never know what's in their heads and their hearts, in terms of when they get to closure. But part of that is giving them the answers, you know. So, you don't want to minimize that, hey, this is done, now it's closure. That's not what we mean when we say that, right? It's truly just, we're able to hopefully give them some answers, and then, whatever their journey is in terms of healing, we are here to support them. And I think it's important that I think they've felt that, and I think I want to just thank the community and thank everybody for being very, respectful to them and allowing them the space to process this. This is just, it's a lot, and I think, everything's kind of in a, it happens so quick, and, there's all these other things that I imagine will take years to kind of walk through.
Absolutely. Well, we want to welcome the Chaos Divers here on the air with us. Thank you so much for joining us live here.
They are the superstars.
Absolutely.
Hey, there they are. Yeah. So, hey guys. So this is Jacob and Lindsay, and welcome you guys. Thank you for being here with me virtually. But so what two amazing, and Mike I'm guessing is not joining us this morning. If he's.
No, he's unable to this morning.
No problem. We want to make sure that we acknowledge him too. And these two people right here, what amazing, superstars, beyond heroes. And so do you guys want to just introduce, I guess, kind of who you are and a little bit about you, and then maybe we'll get into a little bit about what happened a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, so my name is Jacob Grubbs. I'm with Chaos Divers Search and Recovery Dive Group. We travel the country in hopes in trying to bring answers to families that haven't had them for years and stuff like that. I do own the company, and
I'm Lindsay Busick. I'm the manager of Chaos Divers. Jacob and I are also both divers, as well as reading the sonar. In our abilities, we're able to kind of come in and perform the job from start to finish. We're able to locate the vehicles, as well as remove and dive and take care of all of that.
Yeah, so you guys, I know that we were connected to you by one of our retired officers, Mike Goff. And so, I saw Mike. I've worked with Mike my entire career. He retired, I want to say, maybe 10 years ago or something like that. So when I saw him at the command post, I was kind of like, oh, okay, hey, Mike. And I was just thinking, well, he's a retired guy and he's hanging out, because some of these guys do. But then I realized the connection when somebody said it to me. And so, I want to thank, Mike for his, interest in the case, and then reaching out to you guys, because I think it's, as we talked about a lot, things happen for a reason, and people are brought together, I think in the right time, in the right place, and for something really good. And so, I guess, maybe we could walk a little bit through, your process and your thoughts that day. And really it's your time. I wanted to make sure that we, first thank you publicly and say, how wonderful and amazing you guys are. You're beyond great people. I mean, you guys do this, and you do it for no other reason because you want to help families, and that selfless, I'm going to do this to really truly help a family. You don't meet a lot of people like that, right? And so you just have they had just great energy, right? When they were in they just meshed with us, and it was just like, they probably thought, they were like, is this like a real police department, right? Like, who are these? What's going on? You know, so yeah, I wanted to just make sure that we publicly say thank you and acknowledge you. And, you know, but yeah, maybe talk a little bit about that day and kind of the experience. And, you know, if people do want to call in with any questions, I don't know if you guys would want to take questions. It just depends. But,
yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, please, it's all you guys.
We're here for you, Chief Nellie. So I want to say, first of all, we've never been treated as well as we have and welcomed in as we have from the Elgin Police Department, the fire department. Everybody involved was just incredible. I'll let Lindsay talk about the rest.
Yeah. So obviously, first and foremost, thank you to the family for allowing us to have this opportunity to help them. You know, Chief Lally, you have incredible officers, and I think that that's due to your leadership.
Thank you.
The people under you, they respect you, so they respect others, and it was incredible. From the moment that we first talked with Mike, and he got everything connected, and then, you know, and talking with Andrew and Matt, the two detectives for your cold case unit, over the last several months, even that first conversation, it was like things just flowed and everything felt right. And getting there Monday morning to the command post, you know, we had discussed prior what we kind of wanted to do as far as a plan. You know, we wanted to knock out the Fox River first, with it being the largest body of water. We wanted to kind of chip that away and get it done. We did have plans. You know, we knew we wanted to search, you know, from point A to point B, and then, you know, get out of the water and put in from B to C. We actually had a lot of the Fox River that we wanted to cover. In that process, we put in at Slade Boat Ramp. We knew that the fire department and their rescue team was going to be stationed down by Gale Borden Library. In the event something did happen, they were already ready and set to go. Monday morning, there was a lot of just kind of getting more familiar with Karen's case and getting to spend that time with Detective Houghton and Detective Vartanian was really awesome, because I felt like we really got the opportunity to know Karen, not just through the podcast, but through their eyes in person. So that was a connection that we don't always get to the person who is missing, to the victim. So, you know, getting to spend that time with them, getting to know them a little more, and to allow them to see the process of what goes into all of this was really great for us. So, and they were very eager to learn and ask questions, and what about this and what about this? But also they respected us and our space and what we do. And that was amazing. So I remember when we came upon our first vehicle on Monday, and Mike dove in on that vehicle. We had it marked. He dove on it, and he came up with this like kind of square rectangular headlight. And we all kind of were, is this it? Because that headlight shape would have matched Karen's vehicle. So there was a lot of like, okay, what are we doing here? So we decided to go ahead and dive the other car that we had located while we were looking at part numbers and things like that. What would this headlight go to? The other vehicle that we found was so dilapidated that Mike is pretty sure it was a truck. The visibility was pretty much nothing, maybe 4 to 6 inches at best. So we knew that wasn't our target. Mike actually went back to that first vehicle that he dove, and he dove on it 2 or 3 more times, pulling parts up because it was just in pieces. And then he finally came up with a gas cap, and it was round and it was plastic. So we knew then this is not what we're looking for. So we actually at that point chose to continue going north. In that process, we got up past 90. We were at about 1.5 to 2 feet of water. We were getting, bogged down. We made it as far as we possibly could. We made it almost to that bridge in East Dundee, which was our kind of goal. That was kind of our set point. We knew we wanted to make it here because there's so many roads that dead end right into the water there. We knew that we had the option for the little buddy, the sonar boat. If we couldn't make it all the way up there, that we could always just drive up there and then put the little buddy in, which is that little remote control boat, has the same sonar as the boat, and scan that portion of the river.
It's a beautiful river, but it is super, super, super shallow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very, very shallow.
And I was telling earlier, like a couple of weeks ago, in the summertime, a little bit south of where you guys were at, I was on the bike path, and you literally could walk from one side to the other side of the river. That's how shallow it gets sometimes.
It's so crazy that, when we were going back through, we put the sonars back in the water. We were wanting to check that first vehicle that we had found again, check that second one, knowing that there's 2 cars in one spot. That's either a dumping location or an accident location. So Jacob, he's like, well, let's put the sonars. I just want to check this again. I just want to check it again. So it's so weird that this river is so shallow north of her and south of her vehicle, and she ended in this one deep pocket. I'm not a big believer in coincidences. I think everything happens for a reason. So for that, I don't know what part that plays, but it happened. And going back through, there was something on our sonar. We were seeing something. We kept going back over it. If you, on our video, we show a map of what we did, and it shows all of our little tracks. I mean, it looks like a plate of spaghetti, just all of these zigzag lines in this one little spot, until finally Jacob went over it at just the perfect angle, and there was a vehicle upside down. Mike got dressed again, each time extremely willing to get into that 41-degree water, I think it was, but he had no issues with getting in there and getting it done. I remember when he came up with the plate, it was actually upside down and backwards to us. I remember seeing the XP on it, and as soon as I saw the XP, I didn't need to know any other numbers. I knew right then that was hers. I think Matt and Andrew both saw like the 9s on the plate and were like, this is it. And I remember even watching the detectives, even the weight lift off of them, which is something that we often see with, the families when you tell them like, hey, we've found your loved one, and you get this sense of relief. But I even saw it come off your detectives, which again, just kind of even more tells us that they're doing this like we're doing this. You do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And you can
tell they were there for the right reasons.
It was an incredible moment. At that point in time, as soon as we saw that plate, there was something, even knowing that back window was broken, there was something in me that told me Karen she's in there and she's coming home. So it was an incredible moment, especially get to spend that with them. To be able to do this with them on their very first cold case was also incredible. Kind of felt like we got to be a part of, their building blocks of this cold case unit. So to be able to do that, with them and for the family, I think it was yesterday when I told Matt that this will definitely go down as one of my most memorable recoveries in good, positive ways.
Oh yeah, 100%. And the thing too is like if Jacob, if you didn't go back, because you guys passed it, then you come back because you just kind of have this feeling, right? Like this could have ended very differently, because eventually we would probably move down to other bodies of water. And, I think like just that, knowing that something is drawing you there. And again, believe, whatever people's faith are, whatever they believe in the world, I think that in itself is just kind of like, this stuff never happens. I've tried, a lot of people have talked to me about it over the past couple of weeks. And I try to tell people like, this is, even if we even when, I shouldn't say if, when we solve our next cold case, because that's the mentality that I have, it will never be like this, right? Like, and so I think when you talk and you give those details to the public and to the community and people who are listening to the radio show, the thought and care and the want and the desire to, for no other reason, just to say, we need to find her, because in the back of all of our minds, it's the family, right? No one is doing this for any other reason except, we realize that there's a family that, and again, we can't, control their journey of healing and where they get there and all this stuff. But for us to be able to provide a piece to that, whatever that story is, it's truly amazing. But Jacob, I think I cut you off. You were going to say something?
Yeah, no, I just want to clarify on the sonar readings and the reason why we put the sonar back in. She was amazing at describing it, but the reason why we weren't getting a clear image is due to the fact that the car was about 2 foot to 2.5 feet underwater. So I was never able to go over top of it. So the side imaging never gave me a solid image. Now, and as soon as I was trying to clarify for the people who are listening that when you're side imaging, you're going at a 45-degree angle and you're going out. So all we were seeing was a wall, and then I'd see land beside it. I'm like, there's something wrong here. There's something here, and I can't figure out what it is. And that's why we had to go behind it. And when we went behind it, I said, well, do you want to drop the magnet and see if we can get something on it? I know there's something here, but I can't ever get a good image. So your down imaging is going straight down. So if you're not on top of that vehicle, you're not going to get a description of that vehicle from the sonar. And she said, yeah, let's go ahead. And as soon as I was getting ready to get up, the boat went over top of it. So I'm going to say that I was pretty close to actually stopping on top of it, is how close the boat was to the car. So as soon as it kind of just moved over just a little bit, and that's when we got the image. So it's crazy how sonar works, but it was a huge blessing that we were as determined as we were, and just to be as thorough as we can, because we knew that there was something there, and we had to figure out what it was.
Yeah, because I know that Andrew and Matt had told me that they were, getting ready to kind of get off the boat and kind of make their way back, and they had told the command post. So, I had, by that time, when you guys got to that area and you didn't know yet that it was a car, I had left the command post. I had to go somewhere, and I just said, okay, keep me posted. And then I got the call from, my commander and, Heather Lencioni, and she FaceTimed me, and I was like, what? I mean, it was like these are moments that you're never going to forget, right? And it's when you put all of this together, right? A cold case, a podcast, Mike Goff, who's a retired officer, connecting with you guys. Like, we've never heard of chaos divers, right? And all of a sudden, here you guys are, right? And now you guys, I hope, are getting, a lot of people interested in who you are and what you do and why you do it, and hear your amazing stories of how you truly help people for no other reason because you want to, right? And then for that day to happen, how it happened, it's just, I mean, and even when the car came out of the water, the care that you guys took and your expertise and how to do that. We're police officers. We have no clue about that, right? Like, we're just like, okay, get the car out of the water, right? Like, but we need everything in there for our, for evidence and to recover as much as we can. Even to the point where we were able to recover a ring, Karen's ring, and then give that to her family. I mean, what a gift. You can't even, and you think about, pulling an object out of the water after 42 years and, the deterioration of the vehicle and the potential for it to break apart, and then for water and all this stuff. And if you don't pull it the right way, or you pull it apart, once it's in the river and there's, the flow of the river, like that, all that stuff is gone. So for it to have been so, carefully thought out. And, I remember that morning, we were there and you guys were planning it, and, it's a foreign language to us, because we're like, you're going to take this balloon and you're going to pop up the car and then we're going to pull it out, right? Like that's what your guys are doing. But, to what you guys did and how you did it, I don't think people can ever truly understand the scope and magnitude of, because of your care and thoughtfulness and expertise and truly the professionals that you are, we were able to do this. Without you guys, we would not have been able to do this. There is no way, shape, or form that we could have, it's impossible. So, I think I hope you guys have been getting a lot of people calling you and maybe I hope it's been a great couple of weeks for you guys too as well. Where are you guys located? You're like, where are you?
So we are in Southern Illinois. We're based out of Harrisburg, Illinois. I guess if you go to the very tip of Southern Illinois and then drive, I think 40 miles north.
40 or 50 miles.
Yeah, that's about where we are. We are, so Carbondale is not far from us. Paducah, Kentucky is about 45 minutes or so. Yeah. And then St. Louis is about an hour and a half to 2 hours from us. So we're kind of right down here at the very bottom. And so we're based out of here. We actually have a missing person case here in Southern Illinois that Jacob actually was friends with in high school. And that's kind of what got Jacob really started in doing this was this case here. And through that, this has blossomed into, us being able to travel all over, provide answers to families from all walks of life. It really truly has been a very incredible journey. It's heartbreaking. It's heartwarming. There's just no way to really describe it. There's not words. I know that it was an amazing thing when we got to meet Karen's mom, Liz. Mm-hmm. And I got to tell her thank you for, allowing us to help. But also to just tell her that all of these people who would have never met mm-hmm. all came together as this big collaborative team as one to help her. And that was because of her daughter. So even after her daughter is gone, she's still bringing people together. And that was something that resonated because so many people talked about how Karen was so independent and she was so fun loving and she was such a great person. And she still is very much doing the same things now that she did when she was here.
Yeah, I think when we, had the opportunity to meet the family, and, I think it really does, it hits home to the fact of that, to what you said, right? All these people coming together that would never have met and, really putting down, we don't have an ego here at the police department. We learn from other places. We know our lane. I'm not a firefighter. I'm not a diver. I'm a police chief. So I know my lane and I stay in my lane. And then I say, hey, everybody else, come on in and let's do this, and I think that, it truly was an amazing time. I think none of us will ever forget it. I think Matt and Andrew are still a little in shock because they're just like, I've talked to them throughout the week and, I just told them like, you guys are just your superstars. I mean, your life will be forever changed just as yours are. I mean, it's just, and mine and all of us, and I think it's something where, when we look back, 30, 40 years from now, wherever all of us are, those 2 weeks, in this time period, what we truly were, this is what humanity is about, right? Be able to give to people and asking nothing in return, just for the pure joy for them, right? And in return, we just get it. What a privilege and an honor. And I think, I think this story is just something that people will be talking about for a while. And we have a minute left here, so I want to just kind of say thank you again to you guys. I know I'm going to see you guys soon in the next couple of weeks. I cannot express my appreciation to you guys other than to say you two are amazing. Mike is amazing. Man, just to meet you guys and how you are and your energy and there's no words to express how thankful and grateful I am to you for what you did to the Sheepers and for the Sheepers family. And so as we end, is there anything that you guys wanted to just close out here?
I just want to say that you guys give us too much credit with everything. It took a team to get her home, and I'm glad we did it.
Yeah.
So thank you for all your support and trusting us. So
Yeah. Same. Just thank you to, again, Karen's family for allowing us this opportunity to help them in their journey. And thank you to you and, all of your people and you guys believing us. This has been truly, truly incredible. I don't think words can ever describe.
Yep, and welcome to the Elgin community. You are now part of our Elgin community, and you will always have a place at the Elgin Police Department. We are forever grateful, and again, thank you for what you did for us and for the Sheepers family, and thank you for joining me this morning. You guys are rock stars down there. I'm sure, when you're going in the coffee shop, they're like, hey, can I get your autograph, right? So I hope.
Not all that.
All right, well, thank you guys. I will see you soon. I hope you have a great weekend, and once again, thank you for everything, and thank you for joining me.
No, thank you.
All right. Take care, you guys.
Great job to the Chaos Divers. How about it, Chief?
Yeah, they are amazing.
I mean,
Beyond.
we had privilege to be there to, when you were doing the actual recovery. And just hearing you tell the story again, I'm getting chills down my spine. And I'm in law enforcement as well as a firefighter prior. And just to hear the story, how, you could have passed by it, but you didn't.
Yeah.
Something drew you to that. Chief Anna Lally knows there's an intuitive feeling you get in law enforcement, like, there's something more to this. We're going to check this out more. And God bless you guys for being able to see that, feel that, and say, you know what, there's something more to this here. I know the way the radar works. We're not getting the image. Great, huge success to what you were able to do. Congratulations. Thank you for helping the Sheeper family to getting, a piece of their closure.
All right, bye, you guys. Take care, and I will see you soon. Bye.
Great job,
Thanks.
Chief.
Okay.
And that's Chief Anna Lally, folks. We will be back in just a few short moments after these messages.
That was good. They were. Hi, guys. Hey.
Here on WRMN AM 1410, we like to keep you informed and in tune to what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here on WRMN. We recognize the importance of local radio to be a part of the conversation and to be a part of the community for the community.
We talked about the importance of community theater, but supporting community radio is a big deal too. And, for WRMN, this is a really cool thing that you guys do every day and a really important thing. You have to have a local media outlet to talk about what's going on in your town. So you guys do a nice job.
Tune in to AM 1410, WRMN. Don't forget, you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Keep in tune and informed on what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, right here on WRMN.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures, perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junkluggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast, right here on WRMN 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Newry with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Whether you're working third shift or you're just a night owl, catch the most listened to overnight talk radio program in North America, Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible.
My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hi, everybody, and happy Friday. I hope everyone had a good week out there. Steve Thorne here with another Senior Community Spotlight Show. I sometimes just call it the Community Spotlight Show, but I know that I think I got a lot of seniors that are listening in out there, and boy, that makes me happy. I hope everyone is happy out there, and I'm always happy. Matt's right here today as Marky B's on vacation, and Matt's smiling and waving as he always is.
Yes.
A man that's always smiling. Isn't that a good way to be, Matt?
I love it. I love that compliment, too. And yes, I do smile a lot. So.
Well, happiness is a choice.
Yes, absolutely it is.
And, I've always said this, the happier you are, the healthier you are.
That's good.
Crabby people get sick more often.
Yeah, it seems like it.
It does. It happens. Well, thank you, Matt, for being on the board this morning and helping with a few things and chiming in. Well, listeners, we want to move on and talk about a bunch of things. And last week, I talked about the fact that I said that my message was to vote. Vote and tell your friends to vote. Every vote matters. And on with the show. Well, I said it last week, and I do now as always. I start each week's show with a dedication, most often a memorial, sometimes to a living person or persons, or even a place or an event or a situation. Well, this week, my individual dedication is to all the people, all the candidates that ran for election, whatever position that is. It's interesting, Matt, if you think about it, you've got from city council candidates to Elgin Community College trustee candidates, to the library board candidates, to even proponents and people that were canvassing and campaigning for or against the tax referendum.
Right.
It was campaign season. And I did make mention of one thing about that last week on my show that is certainly the case already. It's nice that now we're going to go for quite a long time with no signs up.
Yeah. All those signs are being taken down. And I know you said that it was going to take a while to get your signs down, too, especially those big ones.
Well, I had 46 big signs up, 46 or 47, and that's 47 large ones. That 4x4 is the size, 4 feet by 4 feet. And each one takes 2 posts. So 98 posts. 47 signs. I had 94 posts up.
At the 47th sign, once it was down, you say, okay, time for a drink.
I think it was before that sign. But it's interesting. One of my wonderful friends and helped me with all my sign installs and then removal. And he had a list, but as he went to talk to someone once, during the sign installs a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, he forgot to write down when he got there, he put in a sign. So he didn't have it on his list. Okay. So yesterday I called him and I saw a sign, and he went and got that one. Then I saw another sign. He went and got that one. Well, then finally it was too late, and I had to run an errand, and I saw one more sign, and I think that's it. Now he's got a lot of posts in the truck, and so we weren't able to count them.
Okay.
But pretty darn sure that there's just one 4x4 up. I keep gathering the small ones. Now, the small ones, a lot of people, I hope they understand this, that sometimes someone took 11 of my signs. Another person took 12. Another person took 10 of the small ones. Now, I don't know where they are. And if that person handed them 3 to someone else, and they maybe gave one out, we don't know where it is. Mm-hmm. So it's not always fair to the candidate to get upset that they haven't taken down a sign because they don't know that it's there.
Right.
Until someone tells them. Mm-hmm. Now, I did put up 2 on Larkin Avenue, and I realized that they're there. I'm going to pull those this afternoon or as soon as my music show is done over at Schukert Motors. So I'll get those, and then I think I have 1 on the east side that I have a list for me to go get. And then if anybody knows, anybody out there listening, if you see a Steve Thoren sign, please call me and let me know so I can come and grab it. And we want to take down the signs and be courteous to the neighborhood, the neighbors, and the community. And I know that for the most part, all candidates do, and they don't want to be leaving them up where they shouldn't be. Well, let's move on, Matt. I wanted to talk about all the candidates and the fact that candidates for all different elections, they put their heart and soul in it during campaign season. Campaign is, some of them love to campaign and some of them dread it. Mm-hmm. But I'd like to read this little article and the wording and the editorial that was in the opinion section of the Daily Herald, and I thought it was really well written. It says, "Here's to new beginnings. Congrats to Tuesday's winners, and special thanks to all who ran." In the days after an election, the headlines typically go to the victors. Photographs capture their joy at election night parties, and follow-up stories look to what's next for those who will be sworn into office in the coming weeks. Today, we congratulate them on winning the votes and trust of their constituents. Candidates in hand-fought races should enjoy their moment in the spotlight before they settle in as a town's new mayor or take their place on village, school, library, township, or park boards. Hard work lies ahead, and we wish them well and the best as they serve out their term. But at the same time, we also want to acknowledge and thank those that did not receive the results they wanted on election night. Throwing your hat into the political ring takes great courage these days. Past misdeeds can be trotted out, social media posts can be cruel, and the campaigns themselves can be draining physically and emotionally. Plus, by securing a spot on the ballot, candidates are essentially promising a year-long commitment to attend meetings, do their homework, and cast difficult votes that sometimes tear communities apart. We're only a few years past the most heated moments of the pandemic, but most of us can remember when issues such as remote learning and mask mandates led to physical altercations at school board meetings and at threats against those doing what they thought best for both teachers and students. So I'll finish. I'm going to skip some of it. It's rather lengthy, but voters faced with a ballot full of uncontested races, or even worse, not enough candidates to fill vacant seats, have less reason to familiarize themselves with the candidates and issues, and they are far less likely to vote. For those who ran and lost Tuesday, lower vote totals should not discourage you from getting involved and making a difference. Joining a volunteer commission, serving on a committee, or seeking appointment to a vacant seat or on zoning and other boards are excellent ways to have an impact. Become more familiar with the issues and even position yourself for a later run. The election is over, but the work is just beginning. Win or lose,
Candidates have a stake in what happens next. Voters do as well. Oh my goodness, listen to the sirens going by. We can sure hear that through the glass.
Right.
Well, I do want to congratulate all the winners, but I also kudos to everybody that ran. I'm proud to be part of that team and part of all of them. And I went to many, many meetings and forums and interviews and talks and answered phone calls and emails and texts and face-to-face handshakes and letters that came in the mail, often with donations to help pay for all those signs, which was very helpful, by the way. Everything cost a lot more. I couldn't believe how much more signs cost this year than 4 years ago.
I bet.
Amazing difference. Well, of course, I was on the council part. I want to congratulate Diana Alfaro. Interesting. She was the top vote getter. And so congratulations to Deanna. Corey Dixon, Dustin Good. I've served with them for 4 years and look forward to 4 more. But I also want to congratulate and thank the other challengers. Maggie Beyer, who is my dear friend, and I saw her yesterday. She does so much throughout the community, and she's already joined another commission and a committee. Eric Bosque Penna, Mark Smith. Of course, I'm on a couple of committees with Mark, and I see him up at the Legion. He's done a wonderful job there. And Cecilia Brooks, getting to know her. But I want to give a special thank you to the current Elgin Township team. They have done a stellar, stellar job, especially Township Supervisor Ken Bruderly. He's done so much for the community. I can't thank him enough, and so many others I know feel the same way. I think sometimes it's sad that there's a red letter or a blue letter in front of candidates, and certain voters don't know the candidates. They just vote down party lines, and they don't know what they're in for. They don't really know the difference that the people make. I'm a people person, and I always will be. But I want to wish everybody well, congratulate all the winners. And the tax referendum, boy, that was something. And what's very interesting, Matt, was that there were so many signs all over for that tax referendum. And there was even a talk done at the Gale Borden Library, and it was not handled very well at all. I thought that anybody that maybe was for it that went there, maybe wasn't for it after it was presented because they didn't have the right people presenting their case. But we figured that the more people that came out for it, the better off the township team that was in place was going to be, because they were all against the tax referendum. But as it turned out, everybody that voted was against it. I mean, it was the biggest upset per se, per what so many said, the biggest difference in the votes.
And that was regardless of party as well.
It sure was, because all of the local Democrat groups were promoting that tax referendum. They wanted you to vote yes. Well, all the same people that wanted you to vote yes, that won their election, the referendum still didn't. So the people that voted them in, but voted what they wanted no. Was very unusual. But so that's what happened. So that was a clear thing. 2 of the township people retained their positions because they had no opponents. And they've done such a good job. Steve Cernicki, the assessor, Jason Krabby, the highway commissioner. Hats off to them. And I just hope there's still a slim chance that Shane Nowak might get on the Elgin Community College board. My understanding is his difference is down to just 36 after the mail-ins keep coming in, but we'll have to see. Finally, Matt, this is a little strange. The library board had 4 people. Let's see, actually it had 5 people on the ballot. 5 people on the ballot, 3 of them got in. The 3 top vote getters got into office. Joy Simmons, Amy Pratchett, and Alyssa Lara. The fourth top vote getter was a man that has since passed away. Randy Hopp was hit by a car and died before the election. But he got more votes than the fifth guy. So kind of unusual, a guy named Khan, Khan. He lost to Randy Hopp by 530 votes. Wow. That's a rather odd thing to have on your resume, that you lost to a dead man. At any rate, may Randy rest in peace, but very unusual. Now, just in case you're curious, and the listeners, what if Randy would have won? Because obviously so many voters just didn't know, and his name was the number one name at the top of the list. If he would have run, then the board would have had to appoint someone to fill his seat. So that's how that would have worked.
Okay.
All righty. Well, let's move on, and we'll move on from the city political talk. I think that finally, after all of this talk in the limelight, it's going to be fading away to, not to the dismay of many. Matt's even smiling at that one. Oh, listeners, I want you to remember to keep anybody you know that is challenged or struggling with health issues right now, keep them in your thoughts and prayers for improved health. I saw my dear neighbor and friend Lynn today, who's had multiple back surgeries, and she's improving. She's got a physical therapist coming to the house now, and today's the first day I've seen her physically in months, and I was so glad. And she and her husband sent me a nice little note of encouragement and gave me a donation for my campaign, and that was great. Doug and Lynn, good to see you. And Lynn, I'm so glad that you're doing better. George, of course, my campaign manager, going through treatments, and unbelievable what he goes through, but how you see him, hear him, his attitude, he's a walking miracle, and he's the nicest and most caring person I've ever met. So thank you, George, for who you are and what you do for so many. And George is a person that is always doing something for someone else. How are we doing on time, Matt?
We've got about 9 minutes.
Great. I want to say hi to Cindy way out west. I know she's still struggling, but I hope she's doing better. My two Linda friends that both have foot problems, I know they're improving and doing better. And I want to say hi to a few special people. Lorraine Frost, thank you for that very nice card that you sent me, and I sure appreciate that. And I wanted to clarify something, too. I couldn't figure it out, but I did. I've got internet challenges where I live, probably because there's a layer of cement in the floor of the third floor at the wing mansion. The router we have, the modem comes off, the line coming in is at the north end of the house. My office is upstairs at the south end, and I've got two boosters that go there, but I have internet challenges in my office. And evidently that's what happened with my Daily Herald questionnaire, because it said I didn't answer them, and I did answer them, and then I checked everything. I even sent the answers to George, and but they didn't make it to the Herald. And here, as I looked on everything, they were in the outbox, and the connection had been lost. And when I had hit the submit, it wasn't a normal, like I was sending an email. It was an automated thing, and it just didn't go through. So I had them all answered, but at any rate, that's all past history.
Yeah. Well, and the builders of the house weren't thinking about Wi-Fi at the time. So
certainly not. But they were certainly thinking about a vapor barrier, and it's so interesting that of all the houses, that's the one that had a cement floor put in below the wood and above the plaster on the. So it's the second floor ceiling, the third floor, and in case it was ever struck by lightning, because it's at the top of the peak of the hill there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the peak. It goes down in all 4 directions from my house.
Oh.
And so I never have to worry about too much water.
Oh, that's good.
But the thing is, it was struck by lightning in 1897. It smoldered, and then the entire 3rd floor burned off, and the tower.
Wow.
And so it had to be rebuilt as quick as possible. The anniversary of that was just 2 weeks ago on March 20th, 1897.
Wow.
The tragedy was Mrs. Wing went up to the 3rd floor ballroom to retrieve a hidden box of family jewelry. She was overcome by smoke, and a potbelly stove fell behind her, blocking her descent, and she ultimately burned up and perished in the flames. So it was a tragic, terrible day for Elgin, but Mr. Wing, grief-stricken as he was, immediately had the roof lines and the dormers rebuilt, as well as the front porch and the back room servant quarter. But he did not rebuild the viewing tower because he didn't have a wife to view that wanted to view out of it. So we have a picture. We have the only known existing picture of that tower, which I loved. I sure wish that was there. Another 1.5 stories up above that 3rd floor porch.
Wow.
That would sure have been neat. But anyway, Mr. Wing lived 5 more years, and then he left and dedicated upon his death all that property for Wing Park.
Wow.
And it's pretty neat that then the Elgin Women's Club put up a commemorative stone that now is at the split about 1/8 of a mile into the park, where you go either left towards the tennis courts or you go straight back towards picnicking in the band shell. Right there now, I worked with the Parks and Rec department and kind of developed a little sitting area. I worked with Maria Campata, and I actually was the one that designed that sign.
Awesome.
And it has the Wing Park and the orange arrows and everything. And then the little sitting area. And then the commemorative boulder, for some reason, for many, many, many years, was back by the maintenance department. Well, no one could see it. Now everybody can see it. It's got the brass plaque on it. And it's the William Wing says, the People's Playground, Wing Park. And so it was pretty neat. So I feel good about bringing some joy to all the citizens of Elgin and having that happen. Some other hellos, of course, my dear wife that put up with me during all the campaign and helped me so much. And she's home listening in on a very unique little transistor radio that makes it louder than the big old Philco stand-up radio that's in the other room that she used to crank. So now she's listening to that with her dog Lucy in her lap. And I will see her in a couple hours when I head back. But thanks to everybody that supported me. Hi to everybody. And we want to move on. I do want to mention something, Matt. There's a lot of programs that go on in Elgin. Make sure that you visit all the non-for-profits that have fish fries. It's that time of year for the Lent. And, of course, you've got RK's in South Elgin, but you've got Paul's and Eagles and going by memory, the Public House, the Turners, the Riverside, the American Legion. All these places have great fish fries, and support those places. And if you go into a place like the Eagles or the Turners, ask about their membership too. They have benefits for being a member at those great clubs. If you go into Eagles, say hi to Dave and Debbie, and if you go into Turners, say hi to Carrie. There's an event going on at the library. You know, the library has so many events all the time, Matt. Here's something I want people to think about and write down. This is on April 24th, a Thursday night at 6:30. It's free, and it's a friend of Peach and mine's named Don Quant. He's written a book about cut glass. Wow. American Brilliant Cut Glass, and he's going to give a talk about it at the Gail Borden Library on April 24th at 6:30. He'll be talking about the big cut glass shop that was located in Elgin back in the early 1900s. It was a large operation, and its glass was sent all over the country. You have to register online to attend the event. The library that way will guarantee you a seat. So, Matt, you and your family, at least you and your brother as collectors, it'll be a fascinating presentation. I certainly recommend that you register for that.
Absolutely.
And I think there was 26 seats left the last I checked.
And what day is this again?
This is the 24th of April. 24th of April, a Thursday evening at 6:30. It's a free program at the Gale Borden Library. It's upstairs. There's also a display. I helped my wife put it together. She designed it all. There's 3 big glass cases up there now filled with cut glass for people to see. So there we have that. I bet you we're close to out of time, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
What do I got? 1 minute?
A little less than.
A little less than.
Roughly so.
Well, remember to donate some pet food if you can. If you want to bring it to the station or to me, I will take it to the Kane Senior Council. Otherwise, you can always take it to the township building. Remember to support all the local clubs and all the places around Elgin that you can. And I want to remind everybody, I will always stand for the American flag, for the flag will stand for me. Be happy, everybody. Who knows what might happen? Keep listening to WRMN. Tom Skilling does. It's your best source of local news, weather, history, and radio enjoyment. Thank a veteran every day. Thank a policeman and a fireman, too. And I want to wish you all a peach of a weekend. And with that, I think it's time, isn't it, Mark? Or isn't it, Matt?
Yes.
God bless America. God bless all of you. Stick with us for the Music Memory Show. We'll be right back, folks. Thanks.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. On April 11th from 6 to 9 p.m., the Elgin Public Museum hosts Oddity Evening, an event organized by Oddball Art Labs. Visitors can explore their new art gallery exhibit, which will be on display throughout the summer. Sabi the Clown will entertain alongside a selection of art vendors. Admission is $3 for members and $5 for non-members. Kane County has announced some transportation safety upgrades with railroad crossing upgrades specifically. Funded by the Illinois Commerce Commission's Grade Crossing Protection Fund, the projects aim to protect both motorists and pedestrians. A Nuco Valley High School teacher, William Schaub, has been arrested following allegations of having sexual contact with a student. Schaub, 56, was apprehended near his home in LaGrange on charges including 2 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse and 1 count of grooming, as stated by the Naperville Police. Schaub is currently being held at the Will County Jail. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on. It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Al Walters reporting the Elgin News from April 4th, 1925. Forest Conservation Project to be advocated from pulpits. From the pulpits of practically every church in Kane County, Sunday, April 5th, the gospel of forest preservation will be preached. The Kane County Federation of Women's Clubs is sponsoring the movement for a forest preserve system in Kane County and has arranged for short pulpit talks upon the subject prior to the regular township elections. Prominent citizens throughout Kane County are being secured to speak in churches of every denomination. Kane County's fast-dwindling forest must be saved is the stand prominent women in the county have taken in sponsoring and backing the election upon a forest preserve system. Not only will Kane County's natural beauty spots be saved, but Chicago people will come to this district, increasing its industrial and business status. And Kane County children will be furnished with an everlasting clean, back to Mother Nature playground. Forest preserves also provide splendid camping grounds for tourists and vacationists. Tentative plans are to establish preserves in northern, central, and southern sections of the county respectively. In other news, John Iverson, an Aurora mail carrier for the last 35 years, figures that he has walked 147,000 miles, or 3,000 miles less than 6 trips around the world. He is set to retire next year.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. A flood advisory is in effect from this afternoon through tonight and continues into Saturday. Currently, it is 43 with partly cloudy skies. Today, scattered rain showers are expected after 1 p.m., with partly sunny conditions and a high near 50. Temperatures will fall to around 48 in the afternoon. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I like a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
It's the time of the season when love runs high. In this time, give it to me easy and let me try with pleasured hands to take you in the sun to promised lands, to show you everyone. It's the time of the season for loving. What's your name? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Is he rich like me? Has he taken?
Hey, time of the season. Well, you know, this morning, Matt, I listened to the talk show, and Susie says, "What's your favorite season?" And I thought, boy, what an opportunity to play Time of the Season by the Zombies. That's a classic old song from the 60s. And I thought, hell, that's a good one to play as an intro for Music Memories. Steve Thorne here with another episode of Music Memories. And I love playing this. It's 75 years of WRMN. And in the beginning, they played so much music on the air, as you could tell, Matt, because of the inventory of records that are now stored in the basement.
Oh, yes.
Well, WRMN has a lot of music in their inventory, but more so they have memories of so much music that used to be played on the air here. Music Memories is a fun reminder of that, and I'm so glad to host this show. Here's how we do it. We play 4 songs, partial songs from 4 decades, 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. I started with 1950, and I played the top 4 songs, then the top 4 songs of 1960, then 1970, then 80. Then the 5th week we had the show, second week, I did 1951, the number 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then I did 1952. Well, then finally, when I got to 59, I went back to 60. Then I played the number 5, 6, 7, and 8 song of the year.
All righty.
And I did that for each of the years, 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. Well, we've been doing this show so many times that now we're going to listen to the number 13, 14, 15, and 16 rated song of the entire year per the Billboard charts. And we're in the ones, 1951. It gets to be songs that maybe weren't played as much, especially some of the early ones you might not hear. Well, this is really interesting, and I have not seen this or heard of this before. But the number 13 song for 1951 is also the number 14 song. Well, how could that be? Well, the reason is it's from 2 different artists. So a different artist also recorded it, and that ended up being the next in line. So I don't know which one recorded it first, but I know we're going to do number 13 first. So here we are in 1951, the number 13 rated song of the entire year, noted by Billboard. It's called Mockingbird Hill by Les Paul and Mary Ford.
When the sun in the morning peeps over the hill and it kisses the roses round my windowsill, then my heart fills with gladness when I hear the trill of the birds in the treetops on Mockingbird Hill. Tra-la-la, twiddly-dee-dee, it gives me a thrill to wake up in the morning to the mockingbird's trill. Tra-la-la, twiddly-dee-dee, there's peace and goodwill. You're welcome as the flowers on the Mockingbird Hill.
Well, I know that's at the top of your list, Matt.
It's an interesting song.
Les Paul, he was born in 1915. He left us in 2009. Lester William Paul's Fuss, known as Les Paul. He was an American jazz, country, and blues guitarist, songwriter, and inventor. He was one of the pioneers of the solid body electric guitar. I know that that's what he's known for. Everybody wants a Les Paul guitar. Well, that was his collaboration with Mary Ford and their song, Mockingbird Hill. Now we're going to listen to another version of Mockingbird Hill by an artist that you all remember, Patti Page. Here's the number 14 song for the entire year of 1951, a wonderful year in my book, the year my dear wife was born.
Tra-la-la, twiddly-dee-dee, it gives me a thrill to wake up in the morning to the mockingbird's trill. Tra-la-la, twiddly-dee-dee, there's peace and goodwill. You're welcome as the flowers on Mockingbird Hill. when the sun in the morning peeps over the hill and kisses the roses round my windowsill. Then my heart fills with gladness when I hear the trill of the birds in the treetops on Mockingbird Hill. Tra-la-la, twiddly-dee-dee, it gives me a thrill to wake up in the morning to the mockingbird's trill. Tra-la-la, twiddly-dee-dee, there's peace and goodwill. You're welcome as the flowers on Mockingbird Hill.
There we have Patty Page. That was an early one of hers, but she went on to be so well known. She became the top-selling female artist in the 1950s, Matt, selling over 100 million records.
My goodness, wow.
How about that? Well, let's move on to the number 15 song of the year. And this one is called My Heart Cries for You by Guy Mitchell and Mitch Miller.
My heart cries for you, sighs for you, dies for you, and my arms long for you. Please come back to me.
If you're in Arizona, I'll follow you. If you're in Minnesota, I'll be there too. You'll have a million chances to start anew, because my love is endless for you. Quarrel was what we had. We have to learn to live with the good and bad. Together we were happy, apart we're sad. This loneliness is driving me mad.
There we have it. Boy, that sounds like the 50s, doesn't it?
Oh, yes.
My Heart Cries for You, Guy Mitchell. Guy died in 1999 at the age of 72. He was from England, and he actually was on a TV show, the BBC TV show in 1990 called Your Cheatin' Heart. He also had the Guy Mitchell TV show. And in this case, he teamed up with Mitch Miller. Mitch Miller, many people remember Mitch Miller, Follow the Bouncing Ball. Matt does not know what that means.
No, I don't.
It used to be on television, and Mitch Miller would have his variety TV show with his singers. And then they would sing a song, and the words would come up on the screen. And a little red ball would go like this, and it would bounce along on all the words for you to follow along for people at home to sing.
Oh, very cool.
And there was a lot of Mitch Miller records out. I know my parents had some. So this case, it's kind of interesting. Guy Mitchell and Mitch Miller. Mitch Miller's real first name was Mitchell. And Mitch Miller left us in 2010, born in 1911. Now we're going to go to the number 16, the number 16 song of the entire year of 1951. It's called It's No Sin by Eddie Howard.
Take away the breath of flowers, it would surely be a sin. Take the rain from April showers, it's a sin. Take away the violins, dear, from a lovely symphony, and the music deep within would cease to be. Is it a sin to love you so?
Eddie Howard, It's No Sin, another song that certainly sounds like the 50s. That was the 50s sound right there. Eddie Howard, born Edward Evan Duncan Howard, born in 1914. He left us in 1963, so he did not live a very long life. He was a vocalist and a band leader in the 40s and 50s. All right, Matt, we're going to jump ahead 10 years, just like that, to 1961. Quite a difference in sound. Here's the number 13 song for the entire year of 1961, the one and only Roy Orbison with Running Scared.
Just running scared, each place we go, so afraid that he might show. Yeah, running scared. What would I do if he came back and wanted you? Just running scared, feeling low, running scared. You love him so. Just running scared, afraid to lose. If he came back, which one would you choose? Then all at once.
There we have it, the one and only Roy Orbison. Born in 1936, he left us in 1988. A singer, songwriter, and guitarist known for his operatic voice. And his songs and ballads often were about heartaches and loneliness. He actually formed his first band at age 13. Imagine that, 1949.
Wow.
All right, here's the number 14 song for the year 1961 by the Shirelles, dedicated to the one I love.
This is dedicated to the one I love. While I'm far away from you, my baby, I know it's hard for you, my baby, because it's hard for me, my baby, and the darkest hour is just before dawn. Each night before you go to bed, my baby, whisper a little prayer for me, my baby, and tell all the stars above. This is dedicated to the one I love. Life can never be exactly like we want it to be, but I can be satisfied.
The Shirelles, founded in 1957 for a talent show at their high school, they were signed by Florence Greenberg of Tierra Records. Their first single, I Met Him on a Sunday, was released by Tierra and licensed by Decca Records in 1958. After a brief and unsuccessful period with Decca, they went with Greenberg to her newly formed company, Scepter Records. Working with Luther Dixon, the group rose to fame with Tonight's the Night. Pretty amazing there. Schoolmates, founded in New Jersey in 1957. They were active from 57 to 1982. All right, we're going to move to the next song. This is Last Night by the Marquets. The Marquets, they were formed in 1958. They were an American studio session band for Stax Records in Memphis. In the late 60s, in the 60s, as the first house band for the label, their backing music formed the foundation for the early 60s Stax sound. Rather interesting, kind of a sound that was just the background sound and different type of just plain music, no vocals there, Matt, no vocals. Yep. And one of their keyboardists early on was Booker T. Jones. He went on to great claim to fame himself. We got one more from 1961 we're going to squeeze in. This is called Will You Love Me Tomorrow by the same group that was two songs ago, the Shirelles. So we'll let this song finish out our first half hour, and make sure you stick with us for the second half. Will You Still Love Me Tomorrow, the Shirelles.
Tonight you're mine completely. You give your love so sweetly. Tonight the light
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy.
The EPA has begun a $500,000 operation to remove radium-contaminated soil from the former site of Silbert Watch Company in Elgin. The watch company, known for using radium-based paint, operated from 1954 to 1971, leaving hazardous residues. The cleanup is expected to be concluded by early summer. Elgin Township will host its annual town meeting on Tuesday, April 8th at 7 p.m., located at the Elgin Township Building, 729 South McLean Boulevard. The agenda includes the supervisor's annual report, the treasurer's annual report, and reports from elected officials, as well as discussions on surplus property. The Naperville Police Department joining forces with the Illinois Department of Transportation and over 200 local law enforcement agencies to combat distracted driving throughout April. The initiative, aligned with Distracted Drivers Awareness Month, emphasizes the dangers of using phones while driving, which is both hazardous and illegal unless in hands-free mode.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly cloudy with scattered rain showers after 1 p.m. and a high near 50. Temperatures falling to around 48 in the afternoon. Tonight, cloudy with scattered rain showers before 7 p.m., then showers and thunderstorms with a low around 42. Currently, it is 45 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Here we are back. I forgot to tell Matt to play Time of the Season.
Oh, again. The Time of the Season
It's got
again.
a little more upbeat sound than
It sure does,
soft
yes.
piano that put me to sleep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we finished with 1961. That was kind of a classic by the Shirelles. Amazing. They had number 14 and 16 for the entire year. But now we're going to jump to 1971. 1971. This is the number 13 song of the entire year by a group that a lot of people seem to have forgot about. They were actually formed in 1968. And this is an American R&B soul girl group named Honeycomb. Honeycomb. And this was their big hit of 1971 called Want Ads. Want Ads by Honeycomb. Well, they were formed in 68. They broke up in 1973. They reformed for 1 year in 76. And then they were done until 2014. They did a special for American Bandstand. Then still gone for another 9 years until 2023.
Wow.
And they're still together today from 2023 and playing here and there. So probably because they're all done working.
Are they still having those wanted ads?
Who knows? Yeah, how about that? Want Ads. Want Ads. Now the Want Ads now are to hire them as singers. All right, we're going to move on to the number 14 song of 1971. I think you'll remember this one, Smiling Faces Sometimes. This is by a group called The Undisputed Truth, a psychedelic soul, funk, and R&B band. They actually sang in the background on Diana Ross's Ain't No Mountain High Enough, and also for the Four Tops. Here's their hit, though, Smiling Faces Sometimes.
Smiling faces sometimes breathe they don't tell the truth. Smiling faces tell lies, and I got proof. Oh Lord, yeah. Sometimes they don't tell the truth. Smiling faces tell lies. And I got proof.
There we have it, Smiling Faces. I haven't heard that song in ages, but I sure remember it.
I do too, actually.
Hey, how about
Yeah.
it? I like the final word he puts in his sentence there, actually.
Yeah.
Attaboy, Matt. All right, we're going with the number 15 song of 1971 next. This one is Treat Her Like a Lady by Cornelius Brothers and Sister Rose. This was an American family singing group formed in Florida. They were formed in 1970. They got their first hit in 1971. 3 siblings, but in 1972, their sister Rose joined them. Here it is, Cornelius Brothers and Sister Rose with Treat Her Like a Lady.
Oh, my friend, advertisement, something they didn't understand. I get all the women in the palm of my hand, and I told them, treat her like a lady, treat her like the best you can do. You gotta treat her like a lady, she'll give in to you. Lord, look and see, you know what I mean. I know you've heard that the woman soon take advantage of you. Let me tell you, my friend, that just ain't no substitute. So you oughta treat her like a lady, the best you can do. You gotta treat her like a lady, she'll give in to you. Lord, look and see, you know what I mean. Oh, you got to love her, tease her, but most of all you got to please her. You got to hold her and want her and make her feel you'll always need her. You know a woman is sentimental and so easy to upset her. So make her feel that she's real, yeah, and she'll give you happiness. Whoa, strange as it seems, you know you can't treat a woman mean. So my friend, there you have it. I said it's the easy, simple way. If you fail to do this,
All righty, Treat Her Like a Lady, Cornelius Brothers and Sister Rose. I'm guessing you don't know that one.
No.
All right, we got one more from 1971. This is an interesting song, a controversial song. It was a chart topper in 1971 by the one and only Rolling Stones. But due to the content of its song, the lyrics, by 2002, they retired this song from including it in any of their live performances due to the fact that it does have references to slavery and also the sexuality of young black women and also heroin use. This is the Rolling Stones' big hit from 71 called Brown Sugar.
in New Orleans. Scott old slave, I know it's doing all right. Here and with the women just around midnight. Brown sugar, how come you dance so good? Brown sugar, just like a young girl should.
There we have it, Brown Sugar by the Rolling Stones, and I never even thought of those meanings. Just that song, it just had a good beat, and I've got the 45 at home in my box of old original 45s.
Oh, boy.
When I had those back in the day. The sax player on that song was Bobby Keys, an American sax. Robert Henry Keys was an American saxophonist who performed as a member of several horn sections of the 70s. He appears on albums by the Rolling Stones, Lynyrd Skynyrd, Harry Nilsson, Delaney and Bonnie and Friends, George Harrison of the Beatles, John Lennon of the Beatles, Ringo Starr of the Beatles, Eric Clapton, Joe Cocker, and other prominent musicians. Sounds like he just missed Paul McCartney, or he played with all the Beatles. That's pretty interesting. Born in 1943, passed in 2014. Bobby Keys, saxophonist with the Rolling Stones on Brown Sugar. Hey, Matt, we're going to just like that jump ahead another 10 years to 1981. Where were you all in 1981, listeners?
I wasn't a thought yet.
No. You might have been a thought. Dads were thinking about things. We'll leave it at that. All right. Here's the number 13 song of the year of 1981. This is by William Smokey Robinson Jr. And, of course, everyone knows him as Smokey Robinson. He's 85 years old, an R&B soul singer, a songwriter, a record producer, and a former record executive. I remember he was so young, and because he was black when he started with one of the record labels, he just said, I'll show you, and he went on to become their vice president. He was also the founder of the music group The Miracles, Smokey Robinson and the Miracles. Well, this is his big hit of 1981 called Being With You.
Honey, don't go.
have it. Smokey Robinson, still doing stuff at age 85. Now we're going to go to the number 14 song of the year, 1981. This is called Queen of Hearts by Juice Newton. She received 5 Grammy nominations. She's still doing things at age 73. Many other awards, People's Choice Award for Best Female Vocalist, and the Australian music media's #1 international country artist. Here's Juice Newton with her hit, Queen of Hearts. There we have it, Juice Newton. Well, she had an interesting sound and certainly a lot of musical talent and a lot of hits. All right, we've only got 2 to go, ladies and gentlemen. And here's one this is the number 15 rated song for the entire year of 1981. This is a group called Blondie. Blondie was formed in New York in 1974 by Debbie Harry and also guitarist Chris Stein. The band was a pioneer in the American new wave genre and scene of the mid-70s. The band's first 2 albums contained strong elements of punk and new wave sound. Pretty interesting. From 74, they've been active, and they're still together today. And they've had some different keyboardists, just one change with the keyboardist. But Debbie Harry, she's really something. Her daring clothing and 2-tone bleach blonde hair. She became a punk icon. Their first title self-hit album, 76, it peaked at number 14 in Australia and later 79. And here we have their big hit in 1981, Rapture.
a puff, flush and a do, and you don't stop. Shoot a shot, go out to the parking lot, and you get in your car and drive real far, and you drive all night, and then you see a light, and it comes right down and lands on the ground, and out comes a man from Mars, and you try to run, but he's got a gun, and he shoots you dead, and he eats your head, and then you're in the man from Mars. You go out at night, eating cars, you eat Cadillacs, Lincolns too, Mercuries and Subaru, and you don't stop, you keep on eating cars. Then, when there's no more cars, you go out at night and eat up bars where the people meet, face to face, dance cheek to cheek, one to one, man to man.
There we have Blondie. Well, Matt, that's going to bring us to the end of the show. We have one more song to play. I'll let that song play, and as it fades down for the top of the hour news, I know you've got some guests coming in for your next show, but we've got one song to finish with here. I hope you've enjoyed Music Memories, ladies and gentlemen, and I do know that Music Memories as a show, I've had so much fun doing it, learning, remembering, and bringing forth songs and history from different groups of the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. But I think the show is not long to stay with us due to YouTube restrictions. But we'll see if we can't get it a few more weeks. In the meantime, I want to wish you all a peach of a weekend, and hope everything goes well. If you see any Steve Thorne signs out, please call and let me know, and I'll take them down. Here's our last song from 1981. It's called A Woman Needs Love Just Like You Do. It's by a group called Radio. They were funk and R&B, and they were formed in 1977 by Ray Parker Jr. 77 to 81 they were on, 2014 till current. Ray Parker Jr., as a reminder, wrote the theme song to the movie Ghostbusters. But here's his hit from 1981, A Woman Needs Love Just Like You Do. Take care, everybody.
Just like you do. Don't kid yourself into thinking that she don't.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy.
Elgin Township will host its annual town meeting on Tuesday, April 8th at 7 p.m. located at the Elgin Township Building, 729 South McLean Boulevard. The agenda includes the supervisor's annual report, the treasurer's annual report, and reports from elected officials, as well as discussions on surplus property. The Naperville Police Department joining forces with the Illinois Department of Transportation and over 200 local law enforcement agencies to combat distracted driving throughout April. The initiative, aligned with Distracted Drivers Awareness Month, emphasizes the danger of using phones while driving, which is both hazardous and illegal unless in hands-free mode. The EPA has begun a $500,000 operation to remove radium-contaminated soil from the former site of Silbert Watch Company in Elgin. The watch company, known for using radium-based paint, operated from 1954 to 1971, leaving hazardous residues. The cleanup is expected to be concluded by early summer.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzi.
A Neuqua Valley High School teacher, William Schaub, has been arrested following allegations of having sexual contact with a student. Schaub, 56, was apprehended near his home in LaGrange on charges including 2 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse and 1 count of grooming, as stated by the Naperville Police. Schaub is currently being held at the Will County Jail. On April 11th from 6 to 9 p.m., the Elgin Public Museum hosts Oddity Evening, an event organized by Oddball Art Labs. Visitors can explore their new art gallery exhibit, which will be on display throughout the summer. Sabi the Clown will entertain alongside a selection of art vendors. Admission is $3 for members and $5 for non-members. Kane County has announced some transportation safety upgrades with railroad crossing upgrades specifically. Funded by the Illinois Commerce Commission's Grade Crossing Protection Fund, the projects aim to protect both motorists and pedestrians.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly cloudy with scattered rain showers after 1 p.m. and a high near 50. Temperatures falling to around 48 in the afternoon. Tonight, cloudy with scattered rain showers before 7 p.m., then showers and thunderstorms with a low around 42. Currently, it is 45 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Want to know what the shepherds did after they visited the Christ child? To read the short novel, The Good Shepherds, a Christmas combat story by Michael Newman. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. Check out Michael Newman's webpage at Scilink.net. That is PSYLINK.net. Papa Sierra Yankee, Lima India November Kilo. November Echo Tango.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-234-0316. 800-234-0316. That's 800-234-0316.
right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We are broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin in yours truly, Studio 14, serving you, the Fox River Valley area. If you are tuning in right now, you are listening to Out to Lunch. We like to talk about the arts and entertainment, food and restaurants, businesses and services that are out there. We want people to be recognized, and we have the platform here for you so that you can know exactly what is happening here within the Fox River Valley area. You, the listeners, deserve to know what's going on. And there are a lot of great businesses, opportunities, and services out there that are here to help you. I want to thank everyone, of course, for tuning in today. And we hope that you are all enjoying your morning. It is Friday, so we are getting closer to the weekend. So that is pretty exciting for sure. Now, of course, we have talked about here before many different organizations. We've talked with many different organizations here on WRMN. And if you do want to tune in right now, we are on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. Please feel free to hit that subscribe button. Our subscriber count is growing, which means we're doing our part and you're doing your part as well as part of the community together. And we greatly appreciate that as well, too. So make sure to follow us on YouTube. We're also on Facebook.com at WRMN 1410 Radio. We also do have our website, WRMN1410.com. We're also, we do have our app that you can listen to, available on the App Store and also on Google Play for Samsung users. And of course, if you want to tune in through that classical AM 1410 dial, of course, you can always do that as well, too. So as we know, of course, there are many different seminars. There are many different organizations and events that are coming up here within the Fox River Valley. You've heard me talk about them before here on Out to Lunch, bringing up different sites and resources and telling you what is going on. Well, we do have something that is coming up, or I should say, we don't, but the Golden Ages Senior Organization does. I want to welcome them here into the studio. We do have Linda Bradford Foster, who is the coordinator, and we also do have, and I'm so sorry, your name is again?
Marva Bodie, who's
Marva,
also a coordinator.
Also coordinator Marva Bodie. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining us today here on WRMN.
And thank you very much for having us.
Absolutely.
Yes, we appreciate you inviting us. We're from Living Daylight Organization, and Living Golden Ages Senior Club is under Living Daylight Organization. Living Daylight was first established in 1998. There's also a senior program in Elgin, Illinois. However, we came on to talk about the seminar that we're hosting on tomorrow.
Yes.
Awesome.
April the 5th, from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. That will be held at Gail Borton Library, 270 North Grove Avenue here in Elgin, Illinois. Mm-hmm. Also, the room number that we will be in Meadows Community, Room C. And we're inviting not only seniors, but anyone that's interested in coming out to find out about scams that they're calling your home. They maybe knocking on your door, different things. They're using credit cards. I heard lately that they're using link cards, all sort of
Social
things.
Security, yeah, Social Security. They also have Social Security where now you can, you check your phone, you'll see that Social Security is calling you. Social Security never calls. So many people, so many seniors are getting, not just seniors, but many people are getting scammed. And it's becoming a new one every day. So that's why we started this. Tomorrow we're going to have this seminar. And it's going to be presented by ElderWorks, who's going to do the seminar. They've done seminars for us before. Golden Age Senior Club has had seminars before. I think we did a seminar on, what was the last one? We did it on Linda. I think it was on Alzheimer's. Yes, we did a seminar on Alzheimer's. And that's what we want to do. We want to do things for the Golden Age Senior Club, wants to do things to help the seniors. So many things, seniors are neglected and so much. And so our organization is to help seniors in whatever way we can help them. We have bingo, and we've hooked up with Elgin also, Elgin's senior club. So we have bingo, we have all different types of things that we did. And we started about 2 years ago. And as we said, Linda and I are the coordinators. And Linda can tell you a little bit more about Living Daylight Golden Senior Club.
Right. I would like to speak about Golden Ages Senior Organization. And as Marva was saying, not only do we have seminars, Matt, however, we have activities. As she was stating, we have bingo, we have a game night, which we will announce to the seniors that live in Elgin, and not only in Elgin, but outside of Elgin that would like to participate.
Yes.
We also at this time have partnered with Northern Illinois Food Bank.
Oh, nice.
Therefore, seniors can register with us, and they will get an application, 59 years of age plus, and they will fill out an application, and we will submit it to Northern Illinois Food Bank. Therefore, they would get a food delivery every month.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes, they bring that to us. Also, we have partnered with Elgin Township right here in Elgin. We've partnered with them. So it's a lot of different things that we're doing. We're open to people calling in. They can call in at area code 847-660-9286 if they have any questions about how to join the organization, or also which activities or seminars that we may have coming up in the near future.
Yes.
Also, I'm just going to put this out there. We are looking for more club members.
Awesome.
Just throwing that out there as a tidbit.
And we are a non-for-profit organization.
That's
Yes. Also, I would like to mention our president. He wasn't able to come today.
Yes.
This virus is getting everyone. However, he would like to be here, but I would like to mention that his name is Dr. Walter Braylard. And if we have the opportunity to come on again, hopefully he'll be able to be here with us.
Absolutely. You will definitely have another opportunity, and many more too. You're always welcome here on the air. So thank you so much for coming in today.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
And again, we want to talk a little bit here about, of course, that your facility has a lot of resident engagement. So, you plan and coordinate activities and these events. It aligns with the interests and the abilities of residents while also fostering that sense of community as well, too, which I think is fantastic.
Yes.
And again, I think that this is a really great seminar. Of course, with the world of technology growing, it also means that we are now running up more risks of scams because people are able to infiltrate their way into all of the coding and breaking through blockages. And so it's important to know and recognize those different scams, and especially for those who might not be as tech savvy or familiar with it for whatever the case might be. So I think that working together with this is going to really definitely help a lot of people out.
It will help a lot of people. And not only, we're speaking of scams as far as Social Security, people calling or perhaps reaching out to you. Myself personally, I did not know it was not an opportunity. I was in a particular store. I'm not going to name the store. However, I was there. I swiped my card. They have the ability now to read your card from wherever they are. Come to find out, these people were in Philadelphia.
Okay.
They were able to, I don't know if they got a picture of my card, how they got my card, but they did get my card number in Philadelphia. Not only my card, they also got my code. When I punched in my code, they were able to decipher my code number, and they were able to take money from me. So, we're talking about scam at all levels. As you're speaking about AI, it is really advancing. So we have to be careful. I caution everyone now, block your card. If you do not know how to lock your card, go to the organization that you're affiliated with and ask them to show you how to lock your card. Not only how to lock it, but also how to unlock it when you are in a store, when you are with someone where you have to use your card. It's very important.
And we
cannot stress
more tomorrow. If you come out to the seminar, we'll speak more about.
Awesome, that's
things
good.
that
And we have things now where you can just put your credit or debit card right up against the screen, and then you're done. And so it's something that is exciting for many people, as it's an easy way, but it's also something to remember that you got to be aware of that.
Have to be aware. It makes you not very happy when you find out someone has taken some of your money and you're going, oh my God, how am I going to get it back?
And I got scammed off of Facebook, $250, and the person that came on, I knew him, only to find out that somehow someone got his driver's license, and it was so real, and it was, of course, buying puppies. They were selling some puppies, and I was interested in the puppies, and I sent them $250, and they asked for more money. That's when I started questioning it, and then I was scammed. I got scammed. So you have to be so careful on Facebook, on any of these, modern technology things that they have nowadays. So.
It's rising up. It's becoming more prevalent now.
Yes, it is.
And so we got to give awareness and help people out. Is very important too.
And that's what we want to do. Hopefully, we can have kind of keep people updated. We want to maybe get out there and have a Facebook page where we can kind of give people some of the scam things that are going on. Maybe again in the next month or two, we'll do another scam seminar to update people on what's going on.
Awesome. Well, I thank you both for being on the air with us today. And folks, please go out to this event. This is coming up already tomorrow. It's from 11 a.m. to 12 right here locally at the Gail Borden Public Library, 270 North Grove Avenue here in Elgin. I want to thank you both for being on the air. Now, how can people find more information?
Thank you for having us.
Of course, absolutely.
Yes.
How can people find more information about your facility?
Okay, we are Living Daylight Golden Age Senior Club, and I think Linda gave the number. It's 847-660-9286. You can call us, and if we're not there, just leave us a message. And we also located at 1515 Dundee Avenue. We do have, we are renting a room there from space there at 1515 Dundee Avenue. That's where we do our food deliveries, and we have seminars and some seminars at the library. So, yes, reach out either to Linda Foster or Marva Bodie.
Reach out, call. Thank you again for having us, man.
Of course, thank you. It's important to get the word out and help the folks in the community.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Of course, absolutely. Folks, we're going to take a quick time out, and we'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410 here in just a bit. So, of course, stay tuned, and we'll be back.
Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with the Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
A recent Gallup poll indicated that 38% of Americans are putting off health care because of financial concerns, the highest ever recorded. I'm Dr. Bob Martin, here to serve you every Sunday afternoon from 1 to 4. Millions of Americans are seeking health advice that will not cost an arm and a leg, so I offer health tips and advice absolutely free. Listen to my show, Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4 right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM, the voice of the Valley.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Gennard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
right. Yes, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We are broadcasting live here from Studio 14 in Elgin, serving you, the Fox River Valley area. Thank you so much to the Golden Ages Senior Facility for joining us today, talking with us a little bit about scams. Of course, scams are prevalent. They are definitely not going away anytime soon, with the fact that technology is growing for sure. So, of course, we do want to talk a little bit more about scams. Before I do that, though, I want to give everyone a big thank you, of course, for all of the prayers and all of the comments. My dad did come out as he had a procedure done, so he didn't have to go any further into anything more serious. So he is okay, he's good, and he's at home and he is resting. I appreciate everyone here at the station, Sonar, as well as Dean, Elliot, Sue, and everyone else as well who did take over my place for Out to Lunch and for other things as well too. I know Mark is also, of course, still on vacation, so we appreciate the fact that we have such a strong team here that does work together, and I really, really appreciate that. I'm so honored to work here. I say work here. You know, it's really it's an effort. It's a team effort. It's so much of the time it doesn't even feel like work. I mean, I'm doing the dream of what I never thought I would ever do, is be a radio host and be a part of the community. It's just been so phenomenal. And again, having people like the Golden Ages Senior Group, or having, of course, who are the previous candidates on and doing these interviews is what we're all about here. We're all about serving the community and having the community come on here and letting you know what's going on in the area. We want to be your source of news, of talk, of entertainment, of lots of things that are going on, because there's so much, and we want to inform you on this. And you also help us too, to keep us informed. So we always greatly appreciate that a lot. We thank everyone for joining in. We thank everyone for subscribing, for calling in, for having what I say, of course, is the conversation. And it's so important to have that too. So we greatly appreciate that. Thank you, everyone, of course, for your thoughts as well. And I'm very happy to be back here in the studio here at WRMN. Let's take a look here. So we did talk a little bit, quite a bit actually, with the Golden Ages Senior Facility. They're located on Dundee Avenue here in Elgin. And I wanted to continue on just for a little bit, because it's going to be roughly, we've got about 5 minutes left here. So I wanted to just kind of bring to fruition a little bit further about the scammers. So theconversation.com did write an article back in June of 2024 about elder fraud. And this is definitely an event that you want to go to. Again, this is coming up here. This is at the Gale Borden Public Library. It will be tomorrow, starting at 11 o'clock and going till 12. And if you do want to RSVP to Linda or Marva, feel free to at 847-660-9286. There is no cost to attend. I encourage you go out there. Light refreshments will be provided by Cardium as well, their home health Cardium. So thank you to them, of course. Thank you to the Golden Ages, Living Daylight Golden Age Seniors, as well as ElderWorks and the Gale Borden Public Library for this. This is being presented by Deanna Liss of ElderWorks. So thank you to them. Coming up tomorrow, 11 a.m. until 12. So yes, we are seeing elder fraud. It's reading, as according to this conversation article, has reached, quote, epidemic proportions. And a geriatrician actually explained in this article what older Americans need to know. As we're seeing, elder fraud is on the rise. A recent FBI report shows just how prevalent elder fraud is. In 2023, Americans over 60 submitted 14% more complaints to the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center, or IC3, than they did in previous years, and actually in just the previous year from this article. Estimated financial losses rose about 11% over the same period. So these are quite grim numbers, as we're seeing. They only represent the tip of the iceberg here as well. So there's a lot of reported incidents of elder fraud that are undercounted. That's something also to keep in mind too. We gotta, of course, be aware of this. And so seminars like this do help to raise that awareness And we here at WRMN, of course, love to let you know about these different seminars and events that happen within the Fox River Valley so that you don't miss out on these opportunities when they are had and when they are given these great opportunities for you. So, you've got the wide world of frauds. Tech support scams were the most common reported type of elder fraud in 2023. We're seeing the investment scams being very high, of course. When it comes to monies lost by Americans, back in 2023, investment scams go up to $1.2 billion, and that is $1.2 billion, way too much. So, of course, we want to make sure that you get informed on this. And, of course, having these options, having these different seminars are going to definitely help you with that, too. I know that the Gail Borden Public Library, along with all of the other local libraries, always do have different seminars and events, and many of them do include information on different topics like scams, or whether it's voice scams on the phone, or computer, or laptop, or cell phone, or landline, or email. So there's a lot that's out there, of course, with, of course, the new technologies such as artificial intelligence. It's been, of course, on the rise. And we are noticing that it is a tool that has been used by people out there to deceive others more effectively with voice cloning scams, or even those deep fake videos too. So, of course, it's important to combat the epidemic of scams. You got to make sure that you have that infection control tools that can help to limit this spread. And this is going to be a great seminar to go to. They are going to guide you through that. So if you do want to check it out, it's coming up tomorrow, Saturday, April 5th from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Please feel free to check out the gailborden.info's website, or also on their Facebook page. If you are in doubt about any person or business, make sure you search online for their name. Don't click any unsolicited links. Never go or send anything to unverified people or businesses. Bad actors can use pop-ups to spread malicious software. If you're told to lie to your bank about why you need to wire money or to make withdrawal, it's probably a scam. So there's an entire list there that you can actually check out. I do recommend viewing it. You can find it on theconversation.com. If you look up scams, it is one from June 17th of 2024 that it was written. Of course, there are a lot of other great resources out there too that you can go to on the World Wide Web. Also, making sure to call different home care centers and other business and organizations that do specialize in this. And I think that this is great that the Living Daylight Golden Age Senior Services, in partnership with ElderWorks, Care Diem Home Care, and also Gail Borden Public Library are here to let you know what is going on. And we're so grateful that they were able to come on here on WRMN. So thank you so much. Stay tuned, folks. We are going to be in our Tradio segment coming up at 11:30 in just a little bit. Stay tuned. You are listening to Out to Lunch with WRMN.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy.
On April 11th from 6 to 9 p.m., the Elgin Public Museum hosts Oddity Evening, an event organized by Oddball Art Labs. Visitors can explore their new art gallery exhibit, which will be on display throughout the summer. Sabi the Clown will entertain alongside a selection of art vendors. Admission is $3 for members and $5 for non-members. Kane County has announced some transportation safety upgrades, with railroad crossing upgrades specifically. Funded by the Illinois Commerce Commission's Grade Crossing Protection Fund, the projects aim to protect both motorists and pedestrians. A Neuqua Valley High School teacher, William Schaub, has been arrested following allegations of having sexual contact with a student. Schaub, 56, was apprehended near his home in LaGrange on charges including 2 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse and 1 count of grooming, as stated by the Naperville Police. Schaub is currently being held at the Will County Jail.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly cloudy with scattered rain showers after 1 p.m. and a high near 50. Temperatures falling to around 48 in the afternoon. Tonight, cloudy with scattered rain showers before 7 p.m., then showers and thunderstorms with a low around 42. Currently, it is 47 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We are broadcasting here from Studio 14. It is a little bit of an overcast day outside today, a little bit on the chillier side of things in comparison to, when was it? I think it was Wednesday. Was it Wednesday or was it Thursday? I can't quite remember. It was a little bit more on the nicer side. It's not too bad, though. Of course, we have a little tiny bit of sunshine today, but it is overcast. So we are seeing the overcast skies. We do have today over, for the next couple of days, we have a high of 49 degrees for today. Possible overcast with rain showers tonight with a low of 40. Tomorrow on Saturday, we head on into the weekend. Cloudy skies and a high of 50 with a low of 29 is predicted. Sunday, we have mostly sunny and a high of 54 with a few clouds Sunday night, low of 36. Coming up Saturday and Sunday is the Kane County Flea Market for their second section of this year. So far, they started off in March, and they're going to be back again coming up tomorrow and Sunday. So you most likely will be seeing me there on Sunday if you do head on out. That's when we usually do go, my brother and I, on Sunday, and I'm looking forward to it. I'll let you know if I do find anything. And hey, if you do see me there, of course, come up to me, shake my hand, say hello. Let me know how you're liking the radio station. Let me know here for sure, and then I'll, of course, we'll communicate absolutely if you want to. So I'm going to be out there Sunday. Looking forward to it. That is at the Kane County Flea Market at the Kane County Fairgrounds in St. Charles. Should be good. Might have to dress a little bit warmer though. So that is what we are seeing here for the rest of this week. Now, of course, we are also in our Tradio segment. So if you do want to call into the show here, please feel free to do so. You know the number to dial. It's 847-931-1410. That is 847-931-1410. So we are in our Tradio segment. You can also text us. You can use the text line. That is 505-926-1410. That's 505-926-1410. We have had a really great day today here. Of course, we had Tom Skilling, who was the former chief meteorologist for WGN9 TV Chicago, joined in. That was earlier today, talking about all things National Weather Service. What do these federal cuts mean on the average citizen, of course, which we've heard about before with Trump cutting the federal cuts for the weather, and lots of other things out there, too. So we'll definitely have that posted. Don't forget about that. Or also, you can follow through this stream right now if you want to go back to that section of the video on our live stream on the morning show. You can do that. We had a lot of great viewers on there. I think we at least reached a peak of about 70 viewers during that time, so that is fantastic. And what an honor it is and a privilege that we were able to have him, the Tom Skilling, on the air with us. That is fantastic. So thank you so much, Tom, for giving your time and energy to WRMN. We greatly appreciate that. And of course, to the Fox River Valley and all the listeners out there too. So let's take a look here at the Tradio side of things. Yes, it is getting closer into the middle part of spring. So, of course, spring cleaning, garage sales, the flea markets, right? All the flea markets coming up. In fact, is it true? Let me see here. I know I'm kind of going off beat here a little bit, but the Grays Lake Antique Market, was that recent? I'm going to have to see. Or is that actually coming up? I know it happened at some point either in March or April. Let me double check and see, unless somebody already is going to tell me about it beforehand. Nope. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, they did have it. It was... Now, why am I finding this? Hang on a second. Grays Lake Antique Market. Grays Lake Antique Flea Market. Okay. I know that it is... Okay, yeah, so it is coming up, not this weekend, but the next weekend. It's April 12th and 13th. So we'll be coming up April 12th and 13th. That's Grays Lake Antique Market. Also a really great place to go to as well. This might be a flea market month for me. It might be a flea market month for me. We shall see. Continuing on here with our Tradio segment, we have a lot of great Tradio callers that have called in, texted us, emailed as well too, whether they called on the air or some even off the air too, from the office number. We have Tradio caller has a filing cabinet for sale. It's black metal with 4 drawers, and it also does have a lock and a key that goes with it for $20. Located out in Genoa, that is 847-951-9762. Sorry, that's what it is. 9762. So that's 847. Goodness. That was weird. That kicked off. Hang on a quick second here. So again, that is 847-951-9762 is that number. So pardon me. That's the number to dial. We also have Susanna, who is giving out free circus tickets. You still have a chance to win that in April. You can feel free to check out the website, rocousa.org. That's the website you can go to and check out that information. Thank you for that honk. That was the U.S. veteran painting that just drove by there. We also do have a Tradio caller, has the Makita brand chainsaw for $375. So that is also there too. So feel free to check that out. Let's see some other things here as well. We also do have, we have another Tradio caller. Oh, and they also do have the buckets of deck screws. They're 2.5 inches long, and they're coded, asking $70 on that. 847-847-8813 is that number. So that's 847-847-8813. Is that number to dial. So yes, absolutely. Feel free, of course, to give us a call here today. Some other things as well. We also do have here Greg looking for those bicycles, those Schwinn bicycles, 1800s to the 1970s. They can be parts, pieces, accessories, and any condition. You can check them out. Also looking for a mini bike or go-kart from the 60s and or 70s. Also looking for the vintage Omega watches. They can be men's and women's watches or those diver style watches. He is a collector, not a dealer, so he'll pay a good price on that too. And he's got cash in hand. He also has for sale here a Toro power shovel. It works great like new with an electric cord for $20. And then he also does have that Toro electric blower for sale in good shape for $10. Please feel free to reach out to him. That number is 847-884-6033. That's 847-884-6033 is that number. So that's Greg. We have Elliot looking for Indiana Jones collectibles and memorabilia. He is an avid collector. And so if anyone out there has anything, might maybe pique his interest, please feel free to text him. That is 224-385-6690. That's 224-385-6690 is that number. We have the Tradio caller has the 1977 Corvette for sale. The asking price on this currently is $5,000 or best offer. So if you've got a good offer for this person, feel free to reach out. His number to dial is 630-400-2730. So that's 630-400-2730. We have the Country House for sale in Elgin on Plato Road. It's a 5-bedroom home, nice 1.5 acres of land there too. The owner, Linda, says it is $359,000 on the asking price. You can feel free to reach out to her. She's the owner of this home. That number is 847-269-5200. That's 847-269-5200. We have Wood by Jeff in Peru, Illinois. He's got a bunch of woodworking catalogs. He has the boxes of literature located in Elburn. He's looking for someone to take that off his hands. If he wants to, you can donate it to you. You can feel free to reach out to him by text. That number is 630-365-9488. That's 630-365-9488. We have a Tradio caller here that has a love seat and sofa. The asking price on this is $400. So the asking price on that is $400. Also here too has 2 end tables and a coffee table. That is $125. That is the asking price on there. And then if you do want to reach out, of course, feel free to do so. That number to dial is 847-695-9881. 847-695-9881. Is that number to dial. And then we also do have Motorcycle Tony. He's looking for those Japanese motorcycles. And they can be in any condition, too. He's located out in Schaumburg. That's 630-335-3312. So, again, 630-335-3312. We are going to take a quick time out. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410 here in just a bit. Again, you are listening to the Voice of the Valley, the talk of the town, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving you, the Fox River Valley.
You matter.
Ever tried balancing a dozen eggs in one hand while hopping on one foot? Or maybe juggling cats while riding the unicycle? Sounds ridiculous, right? But guess what? That's exactly what texting while driving is like. Your human brain only has the capacity to focus on one thing at a time. So when you're behind the wheel, give driving your undivided attention.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
What's the best way to get rid of a timeshare that you don't want? Call the Timeshare Exit Hotline. We're a group of attorneys that help customers legally exit their timeshares. It's an easy process. We guarantee results or you pay nothing. Exit your timeshare today. Call now.
800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. That's 800-890-5957.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. Yes. Thank you, everyone, of course, for the great comments, for joining in on the conversation. Always greatly appreciate it. Don't forget, coming up here at the 12 o'clock hour, 12 to 1, we do have the life experiences with William Pellerino, so stay tuned for that. We also do have Dino's Night Out 2 to 4. A political talk show from 4 until 6. We've got On the Rise with Mike and Derek coming up tomorrow here on Saturday. That is from 8 until 10. From 10 to 12, we have The Truth About Chicago Sports with Marcus Mack. And then from 12, or I'm sorry, my goodness, wait, is that right? Yes, 12 to 2. It's 2 hours this time. We've got here Chief Guard of the Republic with Michael Francis Newman and Paul Beverage. So you don't want to miss out on those great opportunities to tune in to WRMN, especially on the weekends. Some fun things there. We've got Jeff's Train World here in the comments. Thanks so much for joining us today. Hello, everybody, and a hello to you as well. It's a cloudy day. Be safe. Absolutely. Make sure you're aware of your surroundings. It is a little bit more on the cloudier side today, but it's Friday, so that's pretty nice. Now, what I want to do here is we still have time. If you want to call in for Tradio, you can. That's 847-931-1410. I do want to go through a little bit here on things that are happening within the area, but I also do want to give you a little sneak peek on what I'm going to be having for next week here on Out to Lunch. So I want to inform you on the interviews that I've got. I'm still in the progress of working through some interviews here as well, too, so definitely stay tuned. Coming up on Monday, this is Monday the 7th, April 7th, I'm going to be having Cindy Gritzman, who will be coming by the station to talk about Top Flight Volleyball Club. What I want to do now is incorporate more clubs and organizations into, of course, here on WRMN, whether it's on Out to Lunch or the Community Hour or on any of the shows here too, getting more clubs and organizations on the air to talk about what they have to offer. So coming up on Monday at 11 o'clock, we're going to be having the Top Flight Volleyball Club in Elgin, see what they have to offer for spring and summer. So you'll be able to find more information there coming up on Monday at 11 o'clock. We're also going to be having at 12:30, so we are going to be doing Tradio a little bit earlier that day because the particular guest could only do 12:30 that day. So I said, why not? Of course. We've got Big B Coffee of East Dundee. They're having their grand opening on the 8th. So it'll be the day before their grand opening. We'll talk with them a little bit. And they're originally based in East Lansing, Michigan, and they recently are going to be opening a new location in East Dundee. So we're going to be having owner Griva Patel be calling into the station to talk about the business and grand opening on April 8th. Coming up the following Tuesday after that will be our Travel Tuesdays with Cruises International. So we're going to be speaking with Shauna White on that, talking about some great cruises, still great deals that you can go to, and how to apply for positions there, and also some great information on other great deals that are going to be featured there and some newer cruises that are now sailing into view for us. That'll be coming up on Tuesday. On Thursday, I'm going to be having the Rouse Center for the Arts, Meredith Flowers, Director of the Institutional Advancement and Marketing, be coming into the station to talk about the Rouse Center's upcoming performance of Pure Imagination. That will be at 10 o'clock on Thursday, and that'll be about their production of Pure Imagination, which will be April 11th through till the 19th. So I do have some interviews lined up here. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you are as well, too. So that is kind of a little bit of a sneak peek on what is expected here for next week here on Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We do have a patient caller on hold. Let's take it to the phone lines here. Hello there, caller. Welcome to the show.
Hi. I was wondering, can you repeat that telephone number for that Motorcycle Tony?
Yes, I can do that for you. Let me scroll up the page and get his number. All right, I'm ready when you are.
All right, go ahead.
All right, it's 630.
630, okay.
335.
Got it, 335.
3312.
Okay, thank you.
All right, hey, thanks, Patrick, for calling in. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Take care now.
You too, bye.
All right, bye-bye now. All right, that was Patrick calling in. Good to hear his voice. Thanks for calling in, Patrick, calling in about Motorcycle Tony. And if you might be interested too, that is 630-335-3312. 630-335-3312. Let's take a look here and see what else is going on. We've got some good things here, kind of a mixture of news as well. The Illinois winner of the $349 million jackpot is apparently still a mystery. So if you want to read a little bit more on that, you can find that on patch.com, written by Emily Roska. And that was yesterday. And it may stay that way here, too. It says here on this mystery. It was at a Casey's General Store in Cortland, won the life-changing prize, but it's not been identified yet. So if you want to read a little bit more on that article, sounds pretty fascinating. That is on patch.com. You can also find a lot of other great articles that are also featured out there, too. Let's see here, taking a look at some other things. We do have some other things that are coming up here in just a bit. I just received here an Aurora Public Art, or an Aurora media release that John Zaglul always does send. So thank you, John, for this. He's a communications manager of the city of Aurora. Aurora's Public Art unveils a first exhibit of 2025. So that is an immediate release that was today. So they're having City of Aurora's Public Art Division excited to unveil its first exhibit of 2025 during an opening reception coming up today. So I just received this information. I will definitely be having them on the air to talk about what this is and what they have to offer. They're going to be having something called Nature's Sonata running today through till Saturday, May 17th. That is at the Aurora's Public Arts Gallery. So we'll definitely have them on the air and talk with them a little bit on that for sure. So I'll definitely get in touch. Thank you, John, of course, for always sending me those media releases. Thank you, of course, to the Hampshire Area Chamber and also the Elgin Area Chamber for always sending us good information. And we, of course, want you to be a part of them too. So if you are interested, please feel free to reach out to us. That's 847-741-7700. That's 847-741-7700. That's our office number. You can always feel free, of course, to email any of us, too. That is, there's many different emails out there. info@WRMN1410.com is one of them. Also, sales@WRMN1410.com. So we've got that going for you to help you out with your business or organization. We want to make you be known to people, right? We've got this platform here of the radio. We're also on Facebook. We're also on YouTube. And those subscribers and followers are growing, which means you have more viewership now and potential viewership if you come onto the air with us, whether it's through the phone lines, whether it's through Zoom, whether it's through calling in or even sending over notes and flyers to us. We can share that with the world here. So we are definitely here to help you as a community and to help grow too, and give you that information, to provide that knowledge, and to help us too. You also help us out for sure. It's always definitely a teamwork effort, and we greatly appreciate it a lot. So thank you, everyone, of course, always for tuning in and being a part of the community with us. It's a lot of work, but we make it work out for sure. So thank you so much. Lots of other things as well, too, that you can find. Also, go to exploreelginarea.com if you'd like. I know that we had an interview earlier today with a staff member from exploreelginarea.com. So if you want to check that out, find all the great information, showings, and more crafts, lots of cool things here at exploreelginarea.com. Of course, Enjoy Aurora is another one. You've got a lot of different Facebook pages that you can go to, what's happening in Elgin, what's happening in St. Charles, Batavia, Algonquin, Geneva, Hampshire as well. We've got a lot of good fish fries that are today. So, of course, during Steve Thorne's show, that was Community Spotlight and also Music Memories, he did mention quite a few different restaurants that you can go to that are the community spot, are the places to go to when it does come to those fish fries. So if you do want to enjoy those fish fries, there's a lot of great ones out there, too. Coming up today at 2 o'clock in about a couple hours, it's from 2 to 3. You can get creative as a family and design your own beaded bracelets. This is a family crafting event here locally at the Gail Borden Public Library. It is a hands-on workshop, and you can participate using colorful beads and charms, and also, of course, get those crafting unique bracelets. And you get that with sturdy memory wire, too. So this event is open to children in 3rd grade and up, with adult assistance required. And we'll be using those wire cutters to shape the bracelets. So, of course, adult supervision is needed, of course, too, for the younger kids. Please check the event organizer's social media for all updates. So lots of really great activities to do coming up here. So much to do, so much to see, and you don't want to miss out on any of it because there's a lot out there, a lot of great sources, fun activities to do. Stay tuned for Dino's Night Out. He'll definitely be mentioning a lot more things that will be coming up, so you definitely don't want to miss out on that. Got a lot of those things that are coming up here, too. Thank you so much for tuning in today, everyone, here on WRMN AM 1410. As we do broadcast live here from Studio 14, we are serving you, the Fox River Valley area. Thanks so much for tuning in today. Coming up next, we do have the life experiences with William Pellerinos. Always a pleasure to work with him, being the board operator here and being a part of the conversation in the show with him, too. It's always a great pleasure. We hope you enjoy the show, too. We'll be streaming live on YouTube as well as Facebook. We'll get that up. The recent interview that I did with the Living Daylight Golden Age seniors is now posted onto our YouTube channel. So if you do want to check it out, it is under the Out to Lunch section. You'll be able to find it there on our playlist. Please feel free to do so. Check out more information and stay tuned for more as we continue on here on Out to Lunch.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
WRMN News. Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Batter up. A now former Uber driver who wouldn't let his dream of playing in the major leagues get thrown out. His